infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian.
Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Oh my god, season 3, episode 3. Never get that intro, never gets old. It's the third time now. How you guys doing, everyone? We got a jam-packed show for you today. Thank you, Nintendo. Just decide, you know what? Wednesday we're dropping a Donkey Kong Direct. And then it had to be like one of the greatest directs for a single game I've seen from Nintendo ever. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be amazing. I can't wait to talk about it. So exciting. So yeah, love to see that. Obviously, John Ebo had to be front and center with the DK hat.
I got a shirt
on
too.
There it is. There it is. See? Come on. Look at that. Right down the middle. You got the Donkey Kong Country 2, the staff down to the... Oh, man. I love it. I love it. You know what? I kind of wish I bought the DK costumes that Kit and Krista have. They keep wearing.
You should.
That would be hilarious.
Please do.
Dude, that'd be sick if we all wore that costume for the launch.
There's still time.
There's still time. Get those orders in. All right, folks. Obviously, we got a big show for you guys today. We got 3 special guests today. Some great topics. We'll be talking about DK. We'll be talking about the tech of the Switch 2 and how are we satisfied now? We're 2 weeks in, right? We've all had plenty of time to play with it, touch it, use it. Lots of different games. I know a lot of us have played a ton of different games on the system. Some of us maybe only played one. I have no idea. I don't know what the hell our guests have been playing. I don't even. Eric, I know for sure only play one game. Yeah. But see, it's the game part people argue is the only one that matters in launch, right, Eric?
Fair enough.
I mean, for some, a lot of Nintendo fans. That being said, folks, let's go around the room. Let's introduce everyone. Let's start with our guest. We got Nintendo Talk is back. How's it going, buddy?
Hello. That was my first time seeing that intro, by the way. That is glorious.
Yeah. As one of the people that are over there that hosts like the Slow Burn podcast, it's a little different pace over here.
Different pace, yeah. But yeah, happy to be here.
Oh, that's awesome. It's not like he didn't know. It's not like he didn't host some episodes before. He knows what he's getting into. It shows the other side. Eric Moore.
Hello. Yeah.
He's just here. The Spice Lord. You guys know what's up. Also known as, well, dude, we got to come up with a name for the sock puppet. It can't be Sacco.
Yeah.
Sacco's already gone.
Sacco's taken.
Yeah, it is.
Mankind has that, right?
Yeah, it's Mankind. Yep. The problem as I go over to John Ebo to introduce himself with the Donkey Kong stuff is, I don't like the sound of people chewing bananas. So I hate
that actually.
The problem with DK, he's eating those bananiums or whatever the hell they call them nonstop. It's gonna be a problem for me. John Ebo, how's it doing, bud?
I had bananas ready But now I can't. Now I can't eat. Now I can't eat the bananas.
Oh no, 100% eat them because it's funny as hell.
Oh, that's great. You know what? I should have got some bananas when I was at the store today. It would have been good for the God, why don't I think about these things? That's what we have John Nebo for, to remind me to be like, all right, honey, go to the store, please. No, I'm just kidding.
I got like Donkey Kong everything. I was ready.
You were ready. That's what
I even have the Amiibo wristband
that they taught
that is compatible with it.
That is sick. And yeah, I got to get out to one of these Super Nintendo Worlds one of these days. All right, so then we got Supermodel Dave 64.
What's up, guys? Switch 2 is for you.
Hell yeah.
and for me.
What's cool about having Metal Dave on is I know he's been spending a lot of time with Cyberpunk and some of these third-party games. So that's going to be really exciting when we get to that talk, because that's what a lot of people are doing with all the tech comparisons out there. Is it's the third-party games, because first-party is what first-party is. It's only made for one system. What are you comparing it to? The Switch? Are you kidding me? I think we've already seen just putting Switch 1 games on Switch 2. Yeah, there's a difference there. Just a little.
Yep.
Then we got Gamebird Classic.
What is up, everybody? How we doing? How we feeling tonight? Dude, I'm excited. What a glorious day it's been. We'll get into it, but
I'm also
happy to be here.
You turned a conversation from last week into a video. Love it. Love it.
I certainly did.
That's awesome. Then we got Thunderstash.
Hey guys, very excited. I was up early this morning watching the direct with Nate. I was actually up at 3:00. I woke up at 3 and I'm like, you know what? I feel like I can get up right now and I need to finish playing the game I'm reviewing right now. So that's what I was doing all day. Been very busy trying to wrap up this review and then jump over to Ruffian the Riverside for review. So staying busy. Very excited to talk about this direct today.
Heck yeah. Oh my gosh. So obviously that's the big news of the day, guys. You guys know it was a Nintendo Direct announced on Monday. It already happened today. And it was a single game Direct. But let's get into our topic roulette quick here and see what do we start. Maybe we're not starting talking about Donkey Kong. We got all the topics. So let's go to the Birdman. What do you want to do? You lead the show.
Yeah. I want to do DK. I'm just so excited about
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to take the DK topic.
It's going to lead the show. Knew it.
Hell yeah.
Stash.
I will take the topic 3, the news roundup, all the news stories.
All the news stories. There we go. I wonder why. It's almost like you submitted the topic.
Right?
Now that I didn't cover all these stories, well, one of them I technically haven't covered yet. I ran out of time today. Eric.
Yeah. I guess we can go with the how impressed are we thus far with Switch 2 from a tech perspective?
And that leaves me with the absolute worst one for me, the dealer's choice, since I was the one coming up with the topics. But you know what?
Of course.
I'll figure it out. Something will inspire me. I believe in the inspiration. Maybe a super chat might inspire me. If you guys don't know, you can super chat in your questions throughout the show. Well, if we don't go over them during the given topic, if it's about that topic, we will bring it up at the end. And you can ask anyone. I can't guarantee everyone on this panel is going to be here at the end, but you know, the host will be here. So there's that. All right. Let's go ahead then and get to our first topic, which reminds me that I probably should get the footage up, huh?
Might help.
Yeah, it might help. Gamer, what are we talking about?
All right. We're going to be talking about what? What do you want? Sorry, my thing just like froze out for a second. All right. Donkey Kong Direct, my friends. How about that Direct? What did you guys think about everything that we saw today? Were you already excited for it? Did this change the way you feel about it? Are you more excited about it now? I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Let's start with, I don't think I've done a show with Nintendo Talk before. So let's start with Nintendo Talk, man. How you feeling? What were your thoughts on that? We saw a lot. This was a big one. So
yeah.
What are we thinking?
Yeah, it's funny because before this Direct, like when they first announced it, I was kind of a hater. I was like, why do we need this, dude? Like, I'm going to buy this game. We've seen... They did, extensive gameplay in first looks on the Treehouse. I remember they showed a bunch of this game. They made me eat my words though, dude. Like they showed so many new things. And that's what I was surprised about. They were definitely holding back with the costumes, with Pauline, with the different transformations. Like this to me was like the full on get hyped. I still don't think this Direct was necessarily needed, but they showed a lot, and dude, the game looks amazing. Like, did Mario Kart World, fantastic. And I heard some people saying like, oh, maybe they should have launched with this game. I do disagree with that, but this looks fantastic, dude. Like this to me is like Odyssey 2 or like an Odyssey prequel.
Sure.
So I was very impressed. Yeah.
Nice. Was there anything in particular about this direct? Anything within the gameplay or the story stuff that particularly stood out to you and made you go like, oh shit, like this I'm all about this. This is like next level hype for me now.
Yeah, I think I think a couple things. I think the transformations I was not expecting at all. And they add a ton of gameplay. Like you can literally fly as DK. I don't think any of us could have predicted that. So yeah, the transformations I was very surprised with. And then also the cosmetics, you know, like Nintendo seems to be doing a lot with cosmetics in Mario Kart World. I like the fact that they actually have a purpose in this game. They're not just like for fun. I think I forgot what they said, but like you can wear like a winter type outfit and it does something. So yeah, I think the cosmetics, but the transformations I think is the big thing, the big reveal that they've been holding back. Besides little Pauline here.
For sure. And I'm going to dive into my thoughts after you guys have all gone, but I do want to I do think it's interesting because you mentioned that this seemed like in kind of an unnecessary direct for you, like, we don't really need it. And I've heard that from a lot of people. I'm on the opposite side of that. I was very happy to hear that we're getting a direct on this game. I don't know if you guys remember Nate, Eric, and Stashman, when we did our first podcast after the Switch 2 direct, I had some concerns about this game, and I know I asked Stash about it because my worry was, I asked him like, how was your experience with DK? My concern is that, is there more than just like an open, destructible environment? Like, is there going to be more substance to it? More interesting levels, storyline, abilities, and stuff like that. Because if it is just, you have this big open playground that you can collect bananas and destroy things, and it's really fun and cathartic, that kind of tampered my hype. Obviously, I was still interested, but I was just hoping there was more. This direct obviously gave us that more and definitely changed my perception. But definitely interesting. Next, I want to hear from, the man whose outfit is absolutely bananas today. Let's take it away, Johnnybo.
Yeah, well, clearly I hate Donkey Kong. I think it's probably the worst IP that Nintendo has ever made. No, I'm super pumped for this. I was pumped for this when they showed it in the initial direct. I was down in Florida like last month for Super Nintendo World and like the Donkey Kong area. So I'm like in Donkey Kong mode. I'm super pumped for everything that they showed. The thing that surprised me the most is the skill tree. That they're adding a skill tree to a platforming game, which I don't think Nintendo has really ever done that. I don't even know if they don't really have skill trees in like anything that they make internally. I might be wrong. Somebody's gonna tell me I'm wrong, but
maybe Fire Emblem. I'm not a Fire Emblem guy, but
I think Kirby had a skill tree, right? One of the Kirby games, like a kind of like.
Yeah, they've done like light skill trees. Obviously, if you're thinking like second party stuff, there's like the Xenoblade series, which has your kind of skill trees that you can put points into. But as far as like Mario and Zelda, it's something I've been hoping for in a Zelda game. I definitely think that would be a unique innovation to add to the series. But for like their big platformers like Mario and Donkey Kong, no, we haven't gotten that. So
yeah, and it just seems like there's a lot in this game. They kept just showing new features, like, oh, now you have transformations, you have Pauline that could sing, you could just break apart the entire world. There's these little like shrine areas that have 2D retro callbacks or just like challenges. Yeah, I think this is. I've been wanting a new 3D Mario for a very long time, but if this is kind of a holdover until we get one, I think I'll be happy. It honestly looks like it could be like a Game of the Year contender.
Awesome. Super Metal Dave, a man who needs no introduction, but I'll give him one anyways. What are we thinking? What are we feeling?
I'm with you on this, Game Bird. I was not really super excited for this game at first, just because I need to see more. But I thought it had a lot of potential. But seeing this direct, I'm like totally on board. Seeing all this cool stuff you can do, it seems to be more in the line of an action adventure game with platforming, even more so than I expected. So I think that's great, and the skill tree kind of adds that the aspect of you upgrading your character to get more powerful. And I think that's a great addition to this kind of game. It gives more longevity. It gives you it gives you even more reason to play it, to go to the next level. Not so you have the ability here to have all these different kinds of transformations. You have the abilities to connect different platforms together, and then you have the ability to just destroy it all too. I think that's great. After playing a lot of 150 hours of Tears of the Kingdom, I'm happy to go and destroy stuff instead of making stuff and putting it all together. But it's a nice change of pace. I think being able to just there's a visceral enjoyment out of being a big ape and just bashing and smashing things. I think everybody can agree with that to some point. It's kind of that visceral, child, inner child. It speaks to my inner child to just go in there and bash stuff. But then also, upgrade your character and figure out puzzles. And it's just, that's what Nintendo games are all about. You have this enjoyment of being a kid again. And then we also have the complexity of the level design. And then you have the ability to do all these different things with it. So this looks like the perfect Nintendo game. Obviously, Nintendo went for the, knock it out of the park, smash hit game right off the bat with Mario Kart. But I think this is really the launch game that people were really looking for Switch 2.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I echo a lot of that. Let's go to the man who made this all happen. Let's go to Nintendo Prime, the host with the most. What are we feeling, man?
Look, I was always excited for this game, but also a little skeptical of just, when you brought up, hey, is this like all the gameplay is? I was like, I was a little worried. If this is just like a little side project for Nintendo, a little tide me over, then maybe it's just all about the destructible environments and, and that was going to be kind of it. And it would be a fun little side adventure for 20 hours or something. Because we've seen the Mario team do that sometimes, like Bowser's Fury. It's really nice. I like Bowser's Fury, but it's not, if that was like a full game, I don't think that stand on its own. It's kind of like, I don't know about that. It's not really quite all the way there. It's like an idea of a game.
Right.
Well, that was fine because that was just like a little side thing to obviously the game they were re-releasing. So even though that's the reason I bought it, because I don't really replay games, so that's whatever. I spent the money just to play Bowser's Fury. But my kids ended up beating the other game, so it was worthwhile. So my point here is, when they announced this Direct on Monday, my only thought was, please don't be a Mario Kart World Direct. Not that I thought the Mario Kart World Direct was bad. I liked it. But Mario Kart World Direct had this pressure to try to prove, that game was worth $80. And you could thank Nintendo for putting some of that pressure on it, not just for pricing it at $80, but because Bill Trennan would even put out there things like, once you see the Direct, you'll understand. Yeah. Well, people saw the Direct and they didn't understand. They just showed things that we expect to be in Mario Kart, battle modes and all that. Like everything else was stuff we knew, right? So, so I'm like, okay, please don't just show gameplay we've already seen, and then you're just showing some new stages, a couple boss fights, and calling it a day. We need to. If you're gonna do a dedicated game direct, I want you to show me why we need a dedicated direct versus a regular direct for this game, because we already have treehouse footage, hours of that. We obviously have people play this game already, go hands on. People didn't really feel like we need it anymore. Ha! They were fucking wrong, and I'm so happy about it. This direct, to me, is the single greatest individual game direct Nintendo's ever done, because it took a game that just looked like a neat concept, and I'm already thinking, without having even played it myself yet, that this has an opportunity to be a Game of the Year contender, because this looks on par with Odyssey. And that's crazy to think about that, because Mario Odyssey, people forget about it. It was a 97 overall rated game. Same overall Metacritic rating as Breath of the Wild, just like a slight hair below when you look at the overall rankings. So it's percentage points that Breath of the Wild finished ahead, and we know Breath of the Wild won Game of the Year that year. Otherwise, Odyssey probably would have won Game of the Year that year. So it's interesting because I've always really enjoyed Donkey Kong games. I always thought they were a lot of fun, but I enjoyed them in the way that I enjoy Kirby games. Like, they're a sideshow for Nintendo. Mario's the main attraction.
Watch it, Nate.
I love the Country series. I love Tropical Freeze, but look, Tropical Freeze ain't Odyssey, right? It's not. Like, there's a difference here, you know? Even all those Kirby games aren't Forgotten Land. Now those Kirby games feel like a side distraction, all the side scrollers next to Forgotten Land. So, because they've leveled up Kirby now. They took a risk and it worked out. And this was a big risk. This, to me, was like Donkey Kong's Breath of the Wild moment. They just reinvented the entire franchise. Reinvented everything. It's now a 3D platformer, not just a side scroller, right? And they kept some side scrolling in there, which obviously leaves the door open for, if we do get in the DK game this generation, I expect it to be a side scroller, a dedicated side scrolling one. It could be DLC for this game as well. They can keep it going for years. Sure. But this game to me just looks like, the more and more I'm watching this, like the RPG elements, the new abilities. Crying out loud, we could fly as an ostrich. Ostriches can't fly, they can only glide, but hey, we could fly as an ostrich. It is what it is, right? Who cares? It's the video game. We do video gaming things. Dude, the zebra, he almost looks more buff than Super Saiyan. The zebra is buff as hell, but he just runs fast. The strength is saved for becoming the big guy. It's like, okay. And I was all into those abilities, and I was like, okay, they got like this thing, but if you collect more gold or whatever, it keeps it charged. And I'm like, cool, so you can kind of be it for a long time as long as you're destroying things. And then when they showed that you could quick swap between them on the fly, I'm like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. Oh, there are levels to this gameplay that are still going to be discovered years from now. And that's when I realized this was like that Breath of the Wild moment. Years and years after Breath of the Wild, people were discovering new tricks and new things you could do with the abilities in the game. And that's going to be happening here in Donkey Kong. And so this, to me, again, I don't know if it's going to get the review scores. I don't know, where it's going to rank in the overall. I think probably Expedition 33 in my mind has the lead for Game of the Year this year. So it's a lot to live up to that. We obviously expect Metroid Prime 4 Beyond to possibly be in that conversation, given the history of Metroid always seemingly being in that conversation when it comes out. Even Metroid Dread, which didn't hit in the 90s, still got nominated that year. It just happened to release in a year where it's a great year to get nominated because there wasn't a lot of strong games that year. But Metroid still was there, right? As an 88. God, can you believe I'm saying 88 isn't impressive? What the fuck? That just shows like the fact that Metroid's like always like a 94, 95 is crazy. So I think this is something that to me just became my most anticipated game this year. Right now, before this, my most anticipated game was probably Ghost of Tsushima, and then maybe Age of Imprisonment, because I'm a huge Zelda guy. If that came out this year, I'm not quite sure. It says winter, it could be early next year, January. So this just became my instantly my most anticipated game. And I have been playing 3D platformers forever. I beat Astrobot. Thought Astrobot was incredible. I said this during the live stream today. I got to the end of this and this felt like, oh my God, Donkey Kong just told Astrobot to hold its beer. We're the king of 3D platformers. And you've not even been a king of 3D platformers ever. It's been since 1999, 26 years. And Donkey Kong's like, yeah, my first time back in 3D for 3D platforming. Yeah, just to remind you, I predate Mario. I'm the king. Dude, this is sick. I'm so happy. Yeah. Guys, you know what's crazy? I said this on I think social media earlier today. The first two games that we like, the two big exclusives we're getting from Nintendo, the ones that are really pushing Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, are two games that did not get new games last generation.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. All the games that like defined last generation, dude, we still have sequels to all that to come. We're 2 months in and we have sequels to games that didn't get ones last time. Mario Kart World selling incredible. We'll see where people rank it overall over time. But Donkey Kong Bonanza this was insane. I'm sorry, look at this. Mario Kart World, by the way, has like a 90 on Metacritic or something, or an 89. So that's really high. And now this game's probably, God, is it going to hold up? It better hold up. This looks too good not to hold up.
Yeah. I like what Dave said about usually we're like crafting things, we're putting things together. This is like the opposite of that. By the way, how many people are going to craft dongs in this mode right here?
Dude, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Oh my God. No, but I like the idea of like breaking things. And honestly, like my playthrough is going to be different from Nate's playthrough and Eric's playthrough. So, like, this is a game that you could play through multiple times. It's going to be a completely different experience. So, I think just that alone is going to be so great.
Totally.
Is
And
it just
and
me,
Nate-
or does this game have more content than Mario Kart?
More content
Right now.
It looks like this game may have more content than Mario Kart World.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Maybe.
different kinds of games. But I mean, if we're talking about like the free roam mode, definitely, because they have a lot more collectibles and a lot more things to do in the RPG elements, and like multiple layers of reasons to collect gold. Like you can use gold to buy things, but also it powers up your abilities.
Mm-hmm.
It's very in depth, and they're also very keen on the history of the series. Hey, DK Rap is back. Right, last game that really mattered in was obviously the game it debuted in the last 3D game. Awesome to see that back. Pauline, no, I don't even talk about Pauline. Now, granted, it was leaked by Nintendo themselves. Whoopsies. So some people kind of figured out that Odd Rock might become Pauline because Odd Rock was the one in that same position in the prior art before they spoiled it. So it's like, okay, people kind of figured that out. But, and you know, the Pauline mechanics to me, man. I really find it interesting how they bring her in. I've seen a lot of comparisons to Wreck-It Ralph today. Oh, look, there's copying from Wreck-It Ralph. I'm like, oh, come on now. Come on now.
Wreck-It Ralph copied from Donkey Kong, so
Yeah, I'm like, what are we doing? There were like Nintendo characters in that show, and the game.
I
that
think
Wreck-It Ralph is based on
I
is
think
actually
King
real
Kong.
arcade game.
I think King Kong is a more fair comparison.
Probably, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, King Kong's
But
a
Nate-
great comparison. Yeah.
Nate, I'm happy you said you mentioned how it kind of reinvented the wheel, reinvented the series, because I was gonna actually mention that when I go over my impressions of this, and I think it's an important thing to note because we've seen Nintendo kind of reinvent the series with Zelda now. We've seen them kind of reinvent the series with Mario Kart World now. I fully expected them to reinvent the series with the next mainline Mario, which we're yet to see. But they've now done it with Donkey Kong, and this is a pattern that I think we're going to continue to see throughout this generation. And I think it's one of the ways that Nintendo's going to bring back legacy IP that's beloved, but not quite as big in the mainstream. Things like maybe F-Zero and Star Fox and many, many other great IP that Nintendo has under its belt that we've kind of just been waiting for to see what's going on. I think these games are all great examples of Nintendo being like, hey, let's reinvent these series. Let's rethink what it means to be a Donkey Kong game or a Zelda game or a Star Fox game and build an experience that people are going to be talking about. So I'm glad you mentioned that because I think it's a trend that we've been seeing for a while now and one that we'll continue to see more and more going forward.
Yeah. Donkey Kong needed it. It needed it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. That being said, we have someone here who's actually played the game. And listen, man, Stash, it's time to bring the thunder. What are your thoughts on Donkey Kong Bonanza?
Well, first off, the direct was amazing. I would put it right up there at the top as far as individual, game directs. Everything about it, the spectacle of it, the music really stood out to me. Donkey Kong Country, David Wise, some of my favorite music in all of video games still to this day, and you think back, Donkey Kong Country is over 30 years old. And it's nice to hear all those songs returning. Really nice. I love the bait and switch they did with Odd Rock and Pauline. That was masterful. I'd like to see Nintendo do more of that kind of stuff. I think that was a lot of fun, actually. Love the transformations, abilities, the skill tree. I think that's amazing. One of the things I enjoyed most about playing the game at the Switch 2 experience, and I talked about this in my impressions, but it was digging into the core of the level. And I had mentioned that just in the world that I was exploring during the demo, I could have continued doing what I was doing, which was just exploring. I was digging into the ground. I went outside and went onto like the actual crust of the level, which I don't know if you guys saw, but they showed during the trailer a map, so you can actually see what the map looks like. And I was using that a lot during the demo. And you can like tilt the map and like get into, it can get very granular with the map. You can really zoom in and find different secrets by exploring the map. And one of the things I had the most fun with though is just going on the crust of the level and then digging into the level. So not only are you digging down, but you're also digging into the level. And that was just something that I was like, man, I could do this for like hours, because just during the demo, the fact that I continued to dig into the level as long as I could, and then finally I fell through to a different area where there was a golden bananium. And I'm like, dude, what are the odds of this? Like, I was literally just trying to see how long I could do this, right? I was trying to see how long I could dig into the actual level before something weird happens or before I like break the game. But then sure enough, it's like, no, there's actually a secret right there. So then it got me thinking like, oh my God. I mean, there's got to be secrets everywhere if you can do that. And that's what prompted me to say, okay, why don't I try going on like the crust of the level and see if I can dig into it? And sure enough, you can. And sure enough, I found golden bananiums that way as well. So it seems like that is completely still going to be the focus. That was one of the things I really loved about it. I was very happy to see that we're going to have side-scrolling levels in the game.
Yep.
Like, that was badass, dude. I was like, really? They showed the minecart side-scrolling area. And another thing, again, that I really loved in the demo was, I found 2 of the bonus levels, right? And the bonus levels reminded me of the secret levels in Super Mario Sunshine. I don't know about you guys, but for me, that was probably the highlight of Super Mario Sunshine, were those bonus levels. Yeah, and to me, these levels feel exactly like what Super Mario Sunshine had achieved, but it's for Donkey Kong. So again, I'm glad that they featured that in the trailer, because it just means we're probably going to have a lot of them if they're going to actually feature that in the trailer. Another thing I mentioned in the demo as well is that I could see this game being a Game of the Year contender. And, of course, there's always going to be people who talk shit. I'm like, you're just going to have to wait until you see it, until you actually play it. But I feel like because the Direct did such a wonderful job illustrating how awesome this game is, people don't have to wait anymore. They see now, they're excited. People are hyped. You see it on social media all day today. People are hyped. People are putting in their pre-orders already. So I think this is all great. Overall, big picture, this gave me like Disney Pixar vibe. This trailer made me feel like I was watching or experiencing like a big Disney Pixar spectacle, right? And I'm just like, dude, this is interesting, right? Because like, how is this going to play into everything? Is this a prequel to Mario Odyssey? Is it going to play into the new 3D Mario? Does it play into the new Mario movie? And whether it does or doesn't, these are all just things that popped in my head, right? It's like, wow, this is going to be very interesting. But as far as presentation and scale, this looks like it's going to be massive. And so I'm just excited. Look, I know a lot of people said, just like you guys said earlier, but so many people are like, we don't need a Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct. And, I tweeted out as well that, like, look, this game launches on July 17th. This is a 15-minute showcase kicking off its 30-day marketing cycle. It's not excuse my language. It's not rocket science, though. This is normal shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a 30-day marketing cycle. It starts now. That's why we're getting a DK Bonanza Direct now and not a general Direct. And clearly this was needed because there was a lot of people that were kind of ho-hum, lukewarm about it. Like, we'll see. Maybe I'll wait for reviews. I need to see more. And I think everyone saw exactly what they needed to see. So I'm very happy because now we're all going to be getting this game, it seems like. So that's where I'm at with this.
Hell yeah. So many great points there. So many great points. And do you guys see the ass on that one transformation? Before we,
I mean, the
Big up, dude.
Yeah.
that is gnarly. People say Nintendo doesn't make M-rated games. Please.
Yeah, they're prepping everybody for Stellar Blade.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's move over to the man.
They're just prepping us for the ass. That's all.
That's right.
Stellar Blade. They call it Stellar Cheeks from what I heard.
True story. True story.
Get
by
ready,
the way.
Switch 2 owners. Might be coming our way.
Now let's switch over to the man who never leaves the house without fabric softener. That's Eric Moore, baby.
Yeah.
How we feeling? I know you're a Mario dude. So like, what did this direct do for you? How did it make you feel? Did it affect your hype level? Were you already sold before, or was this a game changer for you?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a game I was interested in. I was probably gonna pick it up, but this kind of solidified it. And man, it was just going through the direct here, and it's like, I know Nate said it during the thing, but I was thinking of almost the exact same time he said it. But this gives me a combination of like a bunch of different games, but mainly like Banjo-Kazooie. And I absolutely love Banjo-Kazooie. And just some of the sounds and the way things speak and the kind of the character designs on some of these side characters and things like that, it feels kind of very Banjo-Kazooie-esque. And so I was like, as soon as Nate said it, I'm like, yep, I was actually thinking the same exact thing. And then the other cool thing that I really liked on this one, and that was another discussion that Nate and I had afterwards, was how many boss fights are in this thing. I mean, it's I mean, for sure there's gonna be one major boss fight per level, and then the three at the you're fighting the three at the end. But I'm guessing there's probably some mini bosses or something in each level too, and it's like, this is just crazy. Hopefully the amount of stuff that you can actually do in this game is what it's looking like it is. So it almost to the point of, is it almost too much? I'm one of those that kind of likes to almost 100% things, and
especially
so
platformers.
Like, yes, especially platformers. So it's one of those, oh god, how long am I going to sink into this thing?
A lot.
Yeah,
it's all right. Years of fun, baby.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
When there's like a sensor to find bananas, it's going to be rough.
Yep.
Well, DK64 is known for its collectibles, so
That doesn't sound as bad as DK64. That had like 5 subsets of collectibles again. That was a total just to bog the game down for me on that one.
For a lot of people, yeah.
This doesn't look like that.
Well, I think the problem with that one, you got to change Kongs in order to get specific bananas.
Sure.
I don't think that's going to be the case here. But yeah, it does look like there's a lot of stuff in there. Also, everybody's saying this is a prequel to Odyssey. So does Donkey Kong die at the end? Because he's not
most
in Odyssey.
likely.
He's not in Odyssey, so he has to die.
Most rumblings.
Most likely, yeah.
That he has a brutal death.
They're going to make the best-selling DK game ever and just kill him in the same game.
He moves to Donkey Kong
March.
Country after this.
Well, he's Cappy. He's Cappy. He's the ghost.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
That would actually be so cool.
Dude, yeah, that would be crazy if you turned into Cappy.
That would be some weird Nintendo lore to reincarnate DK as a hat.
Oh, and if that happens, you heard it here. It was me.
Yeah,
you heard it here first.
Yeah, the reason people bring this theory up is just because you have young Pauline, young DK, New Donk City. Pauline's there, all grown up. Obviously, the city seems to be named after DK. It's just what, and there's this one thing they show in there that looks like a potential city being built with scaffolding. Yep. Is there New Donk being built? Right. Yeah,
she's a singer.
I mean, it would be
Odyssey.
I don't think there's going to be any I don't think there's going to be any super direct connections outside of some Easter eggs to kind of
I don't think they're going to be
a fun way.
For sure, you get done with it. Yeah. The prequel, it's going to be maybe, but it's just always going to be a theory.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it could be the point where you see Donkey reaching for Pauline's hand, that Pauline falls in that Worm's
Oh my
mouth,
God, the
and then all of a
Tears of the
sudden
Kingdom moment.
is ripped into Odyssey away from Donkey Kong. So it's like the same world just into the future because
It's
that
time
worm
travel. Yeah, it's gonna be like alternate time.
It's getting crazy.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
The
That-
Tears of the King,
well-
except this time they're going in the future, not in the
Hey,
past.
You know, that worm is a traveling worm. I mean, it's right here. It's a traveling worm.
Yeah.
So-
Teal. It's an eel. It's a teal.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
Teleporter.
Teleporter.
Thank you, sir.
My fault. Yeah. But it's a traveling eel. So why not?
Also, why did
Brings her to the
they
future.
just call it Eelaporter? Why did they have to put the T in front?
I know it was
because it's teal.
that one was kind of a miss, but
It's a play on teleport, obviously. But like, come on,
No,
you could have got rid of
it's
the
also
T.
because
they could have done better at that. But I think you guys make so many great points. I echo most of, if not all, your guys' sentiments about this game. Like I said, I had a lot of initial fears about this one. I was worried that it was just going to be kind of different themed destructible playgrounds with collectibles, and that was going to be with the occasional boss fight, and that was concerning to me just because I feel like DK deserves more than that. And something like that I see myself having fun with for like a weekend or two and dropping off. So I was very excited to hear that there was going to be a direct, because I'm like, oh well, this is the opportunity for them to show me like this is a game that I need to have, and they delivered. My fears of a lack of substance were completely gone. This game is jam-packed with features. And I want to add real quick before I go further. I had a worry because I did get that with the initial trailer for this game, that Breath of the Wild, that kind of open area, you can climb anything, do anything you want, play how you want. And I don't necessarily feel like Breath of the Wilding a game is necessarily like the answer to like, oh, how do we make this game awesome? Oh, let's Breath of the Wild it. There has to be more. There has to be a special identity. Bigger, more open, and go where you want, do what you want, doesn't always translate to good. So I'm happy to see that this game has its own identity. The transformations are awesome. I love that you can quick swap out of transformations. It's not like you do one, you go back to DK. The fact that they were turning into the zebra, then into the I forget what the big one's called, and then into the ostrich transformation was really cool. And I see some really fun platforming and challenge opportunities that will appear. I love that we got vibes from multiple Nintendo series in this game. We got obviously the Zelda vibes with the big open world type of climb everything, go where you want, gliding. We also got Mario vibes. Stash, you mentioned the challenges from Super Mario Sunshine.
Yep.
I got those same vibes, as well as it kind of reminded me a little bit of the shrines that we get in Zelda. It was like kind of a combo of those. I thought that was really cool. I also got Splatoon vibes. One of the bosses literally looks like something that you'd see in a Splatoon game, the giant cube shaped boss. And when they introduced the Void Cube and they're showing off the bosses, the music reminds me of Splatoon music. I don't know if you guys felt the same way at that part. It was just like weird, zany music that had that Splatoon vibe to it. The overall music in this direct was incredible. Getting classic themes like the DK rap and hearing Fames was singing over it. Pauline singing over the classic DK music.
Yeah.
Wonderful touch. That just added that it went that extra step. That was just,
Spectacle,
oh my
right?
God, this is awesome. Absolutely. The fact that Pauline is fully voiced in the game too is really neat. Eric, you mentioned characters with the weird sound effects like banjo, which that's what I expected for the full game. And to have that one character to draw that human connection and help build tension and drama and pull at the heartstrings, because for me, there were definitely moments that felt like, oh man, this might be kind of an emotional ride. You know, there's something super endearing about Pauline in this trailer. And it kind of feels like there's going to be some sort of a sad goodbye at the end. Whether DK dies or not, I don't know. But but I do feel like there's going to be some sort of a sad goodbye at the end of this one. Which I think is a nice touch to put in a DK game. Skill trees. Oh, go ahead.
I think for me, the skill trees is a huge part of it. But like what Donkey Kong really needed, I think, was to move past just having a game that is side-scrolling and having you go to the next level, whereas all it is more of the same, but like relying too much on level design to have the innovation there. It was because that was a side scroller. You didn't have the progression aspect of your character actually getting better as you go. I think that's a huge plus for this game, and it really got my attention. Like, oh, I'm going to be able to upgrade this my Donkey Kong and make it even better, and upgrade my transformations, and then flip in between the transformations, and that's really cool. So I think that's a huge step forward for this series, is having it be more about progression and less just about level design. Level design is obviously a huge part of it, but you have when you have both, that's really going to bring this game to the next level.
Totally. I completely agree with you. I love the carrot on the stick. Especially I love that the power creep. I love the feeling of going from rags to riches in games, and feeling my character develop and expand, and their arsenal get bigger and stronger. It looks like there's even like a chunk on that menu when it shows the skills that you can level up, where there's like missing skills. I don't know if that's just how it is and those are all the skills, or if there's like some sort of like end game new skills that appear, or new game plus skills that appear, or some secret skills that you can unlock through certain challenges or whatnot. But it looks like some of them are pretty meaningful. Obviously, upgrading your health is a meaningful thing. The sonar is going to be a super valuable tool. It's going to be exciting to see what all those icons mean and what kind of skills you unlock.
Sure.
So that's all good stuff. Another thing I want to mention about this direct is all the weird animations, all the weird banana words, all the weird characters, Pauline hatching out of a rock. All these weird things encapsulate probably what I love most about Nintendo, and what I always get the most excited about when Nintendo leans into, and that's their weird side. When Nintendo does like really weird things, Splatoon was such a weird concept, and they have characters like, I forget his name, like Krusty Sean. Like, it's so weird, and it's a tempura NPC who like sells you stuff on the black market. Like that weird side of Nintendo, and they've injected it into so many games like Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong now. I am all for it. I want to see that bleed into more series. I want to see them lean into that. And they're certainly doing it with DK Bananza. Man, all the weird banana words today. I wish I remembered them all, because I was like, dude, this is wild. And
There's a lot.
I am
It was pretty funny.
it. It was so ridiculous. And then, ultimately, like, to wrap up my thoughts on this one, I feel like I've gone from cautiously optimistic to overwhelmingly hyped. Like that's the best way to put it for me. And I agree with Nate and Stash Man. I do think this looks like, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how it plays, how it runs, what is in store. But just based on this, I do think this is a Game of the Year contender. This far exceeded my expectations for what I thought we would get. I was hoping for a little more substance. We got something that's dense, packed with features, interesting mechanics, interesting characters. Guys, everyone's been wondering, where's Diddy? Where's Dixie? Where's Cranky? Where's Rambi? They're all there. So really cool stuff. I cannot wait for this one. Do you guys have any final thoughts? Any concerns? I haven't heard any concerns yet. Do you guys have any concerns about this?
I don't have any concerns personally. I think it looks, actually, it looks as perfect as it can be. I have nothing really bad to say about it.
Yeah,
I have one concern.
Oh yeah, okay.
$30 amiibo. That's what I'm concerned about.
I was actually going to mention price because, like the game looks amazing, but Mario Kart World is 80, and that game kind of got flack for being 80. Why is this game 70? I'm not complaining. Listen, I love, I'll take whatever, but why?
Because they're going to add more to Mario Kart.
And
it's a budget title. It's not worth it. Smaller title.
I mean, 70 is still premium though.
I don't.
Is it to make the Mario Kart bundle look better?
No.
Well, I know Mario Kart. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. And Nate, I'll let you chime in a second. But I do know that like it came out that we had multiple studios dipping their hands into Mario Kart World. Obviously, Monolith was one of them. I don't know how much that plays a role in development costs, but obviously they had a team of 300, multiple teams. I don't remember. Do you guys remember all the teams? I just remember Monolith, but there was like 2 or 3 other teams that helped out with this game. Bandai Namco was one of them. Monolith, Bandai Namco, and 2 more with a huge staff.
I honestly
don't know how much
think
that
it's
plays
that
into
deep.
it, but
I don't think it's that deep. They know that they could sell Mario Kart at $80. They don't think they could sell Donkey Kong at $80.
that's possible.
Well,
I hate that logic. I mean, you're right, but I just hate
but like,
Nintendo
so
things.
yeah. So look, so for starters, you know, with Mario Kart, look, what we learned now that credits are out. Obviously, I'm sure most of us seen credits at this point in the game. We only had to beat Grand Prix for that. Is it's the biggest Mario Kart team ever by a lot. It's huge. It's a AAA level team. For people who think, oh, it's not, no, it's a AAA level team. They have 300 devs just internally at Nintendo without the partner companies. That's more than double the staff they had for Mario Kart 8. It's a AAA level game in terms of their development teams and probably the budget they put into it. Okay, fine. But being a AAA game, I think this looks like a AAA game as well. I don't know how big the team is, but the quality of the game is up there with AAA for sure. So it's interesting because I do think that John Nebo's right. They're charging $80 for Mario Kart because they can. And that's the bottom line. It is the single most popular Nintendo franchise. Period. Pokemon, take a fucking seat. You don't have a 70 million plus selling game. Mario Kart does. It's the single most popular game they have. So they're taking advantage of that and selling it for $80. I don't think it has to be that more complicated than that. I know we keep looking for all these justifications, and I've seen a lot of people talk about, look after this direct. This looks like a way more premium experience. And people would, if this was the $80 game, people might not have been as upset because look, they're doing shit they've never done with Donkey Kong. This looks inventive. This looks creative. This looks next level. Some people even are saying, man, it kind of already looks like it's better than Mario Odyssey. And that was a 97. So it's like, damn, if that's the level you're putting this on, you could be like, shit, maybe that is an $80 experience. But they're doing 70. And the big reason is because if you look at Donkey Kong sales, look, it hasn't really done well outside of Country Returns and then the original Donkey Kong Country. And it's never sold 10 million. It had the Zelda issue. They can never get it to that past that 10 million mark. Closest they came was the OG DK Country. All the sales went down from there. The original Donkey Kong Country. And then Country Returns brought the sales back up above 5, but it still was like, okay, but they can't quite get this game to do that much better, or the franchise to do much better than Kirby. But this looks like a game they put the same care, effort, and development time into as a 3D Mario. This is what we expect quality-wise from Nintendo's best of the best platformer in 3D Mario, and they gave it to DK. So to me, they're just like, hey, we're trying to make DK a massive seller like it's never been. And you know what? Right. We can't put it at that $80 price because we're not sure it's going to sell at that $80 price. Yeah. But if we bring it in at 70 and people think it looks better than Mario Kart, there's like a little reverse mind trickery of, oh, I don't need Mario Kart. I'll just get this. It's cheaper. It's better value. And you can get it for $63 at Costco.
Yeah, because I remember Nintendo mentioning like price scaling, and like I have no problem with like the occasional like giant Zelda game being $10 more, but you can't just scale up. Like they need to also scale down some franchises too.
Yeah,
like
Kirby can't be this.
Exactly.
Sure. Even like Forgotten Land 2, that should be 60. It's
going to be 80. I mean, Forgotten Land is 80 on Switch 2. So
well,
there's no way they're going down.
That's with DLC though.
Yeah. I feel a lot better if they scaled down too, but they won't do that. Like $40 Yoshi games, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
But.
Well, what could happen though is even as they scale up, and now to be fair, they've been trying to make DK a big deal very clearly between the Mario movie and obviously the first expansion at the Super Mario World. Like they've been trying to level up DK. They've been kind of heading towards this path. Might even be a DK dedicated movie in the future, right? So like they're obviously been trying to make DK a big deal because DK is one of the OGs. And for some reason, they've never been able to get it to this level. But I think that what this means is as things level up, like Kirby leveled up with Forgotten Land, so maybe it ends up being the next one ends up being 70. I don't know. They've been leveling up, which everyone's been enjoying and watching the innovation and watching almost like that N64 experience all over again when games went from 2D to 3D, We're starting to get that all over again at a new level from Nintendo, which is crazy. But I also think this opens the door for other games to come back or new IPs to come back that are more like that. The new 40 to 60. We're talking things like when they brought back Famicom Detective Club as an example.
Sure.
Stuff like that, where maybe this just opens the door for there to be, these are all leveling up. So then it makes room for Nintendo to bring other things in at those lower price points. The Brain Age of the world and stuff like that aren't going to be 70, right? Yeah. So,
like Artisan in the chat mentioned Dragon Drive. How much do you guys think that will be?
Yeah, that's not being 70. There's no way. No.
I love the game.
50. Probably 50.
It could be 50.
I really enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah.
They need to put a demo out for it so everyone can play it. If they don't, it's screwed. And I personally believe that if it's higher than 40, they're in deep shit.
Yeah, it needs to be a $40 game.
Or even an NSO game.
Yeah, the NSO.
Yeah, putting it on the NSO X Pack. I mean, I think they should have put the welcome tour if you're an NSO.
I think if they put it on NSO,
they should have made that a free download for that.
If they put this on NSO, it might become bigger than F-099. If they put Dragon Drive on NSO.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. But the topic is Donkey Kong, and I do want to close the topic with a question for all of you, especially because this is something that Nate kind of brought up. Talking about like DK is not going to sell at $80. I think we all agree DK has not gotten big enough. It hasn't landed enough into the mainstream to be this mega seller. The question for you guys is, does this change that? Does this take DK to the next level as far as sales go? Because I think what Nintendo delivered today is an extremely impressive, like Nate said, one of, if not the best, single game focused directs. And I think there's something here for a very wide audience of gamers. Is this going to break the mold? Is this going to take DK to a broader audience and level it up in the sales department? What do you guys think? This is going to be a free for all close. So jump in, whoever wants to.
Yes, I think this is going to be Donkey Kong's breakout game. It's going to sell probably, well, I don't want to give an exact number, but probably the most it's ever sold for a Donkey Kong game.
Yeah, over 10 million.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and I think
that's a big deal.
Yeah, and I think because this takes elements from Mario Odyssey, you can tell, but also expands upon those ideas and then adds brand new things, and it just looks. It looks better than Mario Odyssey to me. It looks like a better game. I'll just be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, this literally looked like I like Donkey Kong, but if I didn't, let's just say I didn't like Donkey Kong, and I watched this, I'd be like, I never liked any of the other Donkey Kongs, but this game looks sick. I got to pick this one up.
Yeah.
But what else, guys? What do you guys think? Do you agree with Dave? I'm full on. I think that like this is easily going to be the best-selling Donkey Kong game. Not sure what it will hit, but I agree with Nate that over 10 million, or at least 10 million, which is a big deal for the series.
Yeah. I think it will be. I think it will be a breakout. I still think that Nintendo needs to help it a little bit. Maybe like a free update down the line. Maybe a tie-in with Mario Kart World. Like a lot of people have been saying, there's only 2 DK skins. I think this is a perfect opportunity for both Pauline and DK to get one. So, yeah, it still needs a little bit of help. I don't know in terms of numbers, but I do think it's going to sell very well.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the timing is going to help it because we're going to only have Mario Kart. Like everybody's already complaining that we only have Mario Kart. So we'll have Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. So now people that don't just want Mario Kart, you have Donkey Kong for who knows how long, until at least Pokemon and then Metroid. But I think the timing will help it. There might not be 10 million people that have a Switch right away, but over time it'll probably get there.
Yeah, it's just the game to me that makes Donkey Kong a bit evergreen. Because we look at Mario, Mario's pretty evergreen, but it's not evergreen forever. So like Mario Odyssey hasn't really sold much in the last 3 years, but it had a really nice 3 to 5 year run of selling consistently well. Is this going to be that, or it's going to for the next 3-4 years? Just consistently be a million seller every quarter and just keep growing and growing. Because I think that's the potential here. Because of the replayability aspect, the uniqueness of the gameplay where everyone's experience is going to be different. So this is like kind of like that, kind of like Breath of the Wild, and that it's like infinitely shareable on social media. All the new things people are going to be doing all the time. That always draws people in. Obviously, this also potentially has a broader appeal. I don't know how much broader you can say than Zelda, but maybe it starts to appeal to kids as well, where adults are having all this fun with it, and then they think it looks really fucking cool and they want to try it because that's you.
We'd even touch on this mode, and dude, this is I love the throwback to Mario 64 here.
Yeah,
This is going to be
awesome.
like the viral post that you see.
Yeah.
This was
The
a brilliant
wiener.
move.
Yeah. By the way, I don't care anything about this mode. It's the mode I literally don't care. This and photo mode, don't give a shit about. But you know what happened the moment I saw it? I'm like, God, dude, I wish I was like 8 all over again. This would be so much fun.
People are, like you said, Nintendo Talk. This is going to be all over social media, people's creations. And there's going to be people who buy the game because they're seeing people's creations on social media.
Yep. Because
I feel like
balls as Donkey Kong's chin.
Yep.
I gotta be honest, man. If I had any leverage and power at Nintendo, I feel like this is one of those games where it's like, dude, we need a Bonanza edition Switch 2 and to do a DK bundle with like banana Joy-Cons and stuff.
Here's what I hope happens.
Bonanza,
Like a pro controller would be so good.
If this
dude,
game,
so cool.
If this game is as good as I hope that it is, and what if it pulls off the surprise and wins Game of the Year? It would be sick if next summer they drop like a Game of the Year edition Switch 2 for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, make the dock look like the barrel with the DK logo, and then just make the Joy-Cons bananas. Would be rad.
No, of course, that requires having to win it. It's going to be tough this year. There's a lot of great games this year. So,
I was going to say I could see this being a holiday bundle. I'm sure you guys remember the bundles,
Black
Super
Friday
Nintendo
bundle.
with Donkey Kong Country, and then of course the Jungle Green Nintendo 64 DK, and then of course we had the banana yellow controller, and I could see all of that certainly coming. But I'd say one of the big reasons I think that, not just from a pure gameplay and quality standpoint, that this is going to absolutely barrel blast through the previous sales records, but we got to factor in Universal. Okay. Donkey Kong Country at Universal. Got to factor in the Mario movie, the one that's already out, and then the one that's coming out, and Donkey Kong's role in that. It's going to have the spotlight as like the flagship IP until Mario and Zelda rolls out. And then, of course, you have the evergreen aspect. This is the first major flagship IP from Nintendo that is a single player experience. You know, this takes the slot of Mario Odyssey if you look at the Switch 1. So I think DK, the most it sold was what? I think it was around 7 million.
The original Donkey Kong Country sold 9.6 million on SNES.
Wow.
Yeah, this will blast through that. No doubt. You're definitely getting 10 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets some crazy numbers, because we also got to factor in how long is the Switch 2 console cycle going to be? And are we going to get a Donkey Kong movie during this console cycle? Because I do think we're getting one.
Yeah. I mean, they have Seth Rogen as the voice actor. I assume you're going to get your own.
Yeah, that was part of the contract.
Maybe after the next Mario movie, you know, maybe it might set up going to DK.
That's what I read. What I read. Yeah, so it would be after Zelda.
The last one, you know, the last Mario movie, they had the Yoshi stuff at the end, so that set up a Super Mario World style one, and then maybe at the end of this, something DK related sets up the DK thing. Doesn't mean that Mario won't necessarily be in the DK movie. Probably will be, just like DK was in the Mario movie, but it will focus more centered on DK being the main one that we follow throughout the movie. And that'll be interesting to see how that works out. And yeah, obviously the Zelda movie coming up, which the way the rumors are sounding for that as well, like they're really trying to get the young actors in for Link and Zelda. And to me, that's a really good sign that they're trying to probably make this into like a trilogy series of movies.
Yeah, I'm too old to be Link, apparently.
Absolutely. I think Mario Kart World also is going to help boost the sales for the same reasons I I've talked about since last year. I think we're going to get more content in Mario Kart World. I do believe that's why we only have the one costume each for DK and Pauline. I think more costumes. Yeah, more costumes will drop after the games came out to avoid spoilers. But yeah, I think we're going to get Donkey Kong Bonanza related content in Mario Kart World. That's based on the locations within this game.
I'm waiting for
That's
Diddy.
why we don't have a lot of tracks for DK.
I bet you something with Diddy and Dixie is going to be going on.
That'd be good.
Yeah, they're in the game. And
Maybe an expansion of the game where you play as Diddy and Dixie, maybe, or just maybe it's already in the game. We don't know yet.
Yeah, and again, there could be DLC. I know they didn't do any for Mario Odyssey, but that doesn't mean that won't be the case this time around. Because that's one thing they could do as well. Do you guys think that this is going to be the only 3D DK game this generation? Does it feel like a once per gen thing?
Yeah.
Or do you think they're going to try to squeeze like they did with Galaxy 2?
I think this is the only one because they threw everything at this game all at once. I don't think they can pull another one off like that or even attempt to. They have other franchises to get to, I think, as well. I think they're giving it their all on this game, and I think this is the game to get for Donkey Kong this gen.
Yeah,
I agree.
If they do, that'd be great, but I just can't see it. This is like too much of an effort, I think.
Well,
yeah, and a lot of
the rumor
ahead,
out there. Yeah, the rumor out there, because again, they still haven't told us who the exact dev team is, and the rumor out there is that this is actually a new team they formed and spun off. So like this might just be all they make is DK games now. This might be what this team is, the new Donkey Kong team.
Now we may get a new 2D game.
Yeah, I do think a side-scrolling one makes sense. Probably next, just like with Zelda. You had the 2 3Ds. You had the first one, then you did Link's Awakening. And the second one, then you did Echoes of Wisdom, so it makes sense, to do something like that. But it's one of those things where I'm just wondering because again, you think back to Mario Galaxy, we got a Galaxy 2. Think back even to Zelda, Breath of the Wild, then Tears of the Kingdom, same generation.
Yeah, I kind of side with Dave. I don't think we're gonna get a sequel to this generation. I think we're much more likely to get some sort of an expansion or DLC for it down the road, and then a side-scrolling Donkey Kong game. But I mean, stranger things have happened. Look at how fast we got that Tears of the Kingdom announcement. I think anyone who was like a hardcore Zelda fan was a bit shocked and blindsided by that special announcement. So.
You have to think about Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2. The reason why Galaxy 2 existed. It was been talked about by the developers is that they had ideas literally that they weren't able to bring into Galaxy 1 that they already had ready to go for Galaxy 2. So it made sense, Yoshi and all these other ideas for Galaxy 2, they already had them ready to go, but the game they had to release the game for Galaxy 1 for the Wii. So they saved that for Galaxy 2 and it was pretty much the same engine, same graphics, different levels, and new gameplay mechanics, but it was very much the same type of game. It wasn't like this where you're getting pretty much, it looks like you're getting everything they can possibly think of all packed in, jam-packed into this game. I just can't see them making another sequel to this without just having a different type of game, basically.
Yeah, I could kind of see this kind of similar to what Luigi's Mansion did on the Switch. How like they kind of just put Luigi's Mansion out there and it did really well. So they're like, well, let's give them more. So yeah, I do see like another 2D, down the line, 3-4 years, or, even a sequel or something. But yeah, this game might force Nintendo's hand into giving us more than what they even had planned. So
I'm going to say, I think we get one or the other. We're either going to get DLC expansion or we're going to get another DK later on, much later on. But you guys, we've all talked about this. The same formula is being followed. We're getting 3D Marios and we're getting 2D. We're getting first-person Metroid and we're getting side-scrolling Metroid. We're getting Zeldas. We have the 3-tier system with Zelda. We're getting new 3D Zelda. We're getting 3D Zelda remakes. And now we're getting 2D Zelda games and remakes. And I think DK will follow the same formula.
Zelda's
we're going to get. Yeah.
Spinoff.
That
with
means-
the Hyrule Warriors. Yeah.
We got the Hyrule Warriors.
Dash. That means we need classic Star Fox and
Yes.
Star Fox Adventure 2.
Yes,
Jeez.
100%.
Dude, sign me up.
Just saying.
Dude, I hope that Star Fox is like the other IP they're bringing back. Like
Dude,
this is the only one they're going
Fully
big.
believe it.
That
Give me
needs a
the
Breath
Give
of
me
the
Star
Wild
Fox.
thing.
Give me Star Fox that plays like Star Fox Assault, but on steroids, and like add some more guns. Add the progression aspect to it. Oh my gosh! Wow, I'll be blown away by that.
Before we move on, I just want to get some of the super chats in here that dealt with DK. We got Joey Pitts saying Diddy Kong, Dixie Kong, Ramby, the music. DK is back. Bananza is game of the year. Again, game of the year, possibly. Until we play it, right? We got to make sure it holds up because the games always look incredible in ads. Like, I won't forget all the incredible times we saw with that one Alien game. And oh my God, that is not what the game was at all. Anyways, DK Donkey Kong, he's the leader of the bunch. Diddy Kong, hype, let's go. Yeah, lots of hype for this game. I don't think any of us feel like we're going to get like a swap of a game like that. Not from Nintendo. They're pretty upfront with what their games are most of the time. Let me see here. And then this one from Andrew Brightwell comes up, says, so after seeing all today's direct and all the footage prior to you guys, I think this is most absolutely the Mario Odyssey team. I know the rumors say like the younger members of the Mario Odyssey team spun off for this. Here's what I'll say. I think there's definitely Mario Odyssey team work on it. People who worked on Mario Odyssey have worked on this game. I don't think this was like what they've been working on and they don't have a 3D Mario. Like, I think 3D Mario is still coming next year. And I think they were being developed at the same time.
Oh yeah, they have to.
So whatever
Especially with the movies and stuff.
Yeah, whatever that means. We haven't had 3D Mario since 2017. So whatever that means, however they divvied up dev teams. And one thing we that doesn't get talked about, guys, is like Nintendo over the course of the Nintendo Switch era hired something like 3,000 new developers.
Yeah.
Expanded massively their development
big.
team. So like it's possible it could be the Odyssey team, and there's just 2 teams in there now. Because they expanded the teams. So, and Monolith Soft, look how many little teams Monolith Soft has now that runs around and helps all the Nintendo studios. Yeah,
I think whether or not the Mario Odyssey team made this full game, who's to say? There's no way to tell. It would be no surprise to hear that they helped or assisted in development. Makes a lot of sense. They would be a perfect team to help out with a game like that. That being said, I fully expect by the end of this year, we will see the next 3D Mario. I think the September Direct, we're going to see it. So it's coming. No need to fret. If
It's the 40th
anyone's worried
anniversary.
about
There's
that.
no way they don't say something.
Yeah,
about
they gotta
Mario
let
this
it
year.
Yeah. The Mario Brawler also brings up that he thinks it's the Mario Odyssey team. But did anyone else get the Legend of Zelda team vibes, especially when they showed how the outfits also provide buffs and fast traveling? Yeah, I also think that. I think whatever the team is that did this, I don't think it's strictly one team. That's why it really feels like the more we saw this, the more this feels like a new team got together with people from different teams at Nintendo, and they formed that's how Splatoon happened. Like just teams trying new ideas. And this could have been one of the things that came out of this. People forget Splatoon happened because they had their younger developers pitch a bunch of ideas. And Splatoon was one of the ideas, and they went with it, and it worked. And I wonder if this was, again, hey, right after we get done with Odyssey, let's have all our young developers pitch ideas for another platforming game. And then they came up with Bananza. They're like, oh, shit, let's go for it. Let's make this happen. And then they waited for Switch 2. Maybe this was meant to be a Switch game. Don't know. But then they waited for Switch 2 because maybe they're having performance problems or whatever. They couldn't realize their full vision. We heard this from the Mario Kart team that they were so thrilled when they could switch over to Switch 2 because they're like, oh man, we were having a hard time getting anything to work the way we wanted to. Which, I know Nintendo devs are usually not ones to shit talk their own platforms, but they were kind of saying, yeah, even we knew, by 2020, Switch was not really working for what we're trying to make game wise. Which makes it even more amazing. We got a game like Tears of the Kingdom running on that sumbitch.
I think we're going to see less and less dedicated development teams for games because we've been seeing it a lot where it's sort of all hands on deck kind of thing where they're getting help from other development studios as well. So I would say the same thing with this. I don't think it's just the Odyssey team. I think it's all hands on deck thing, and we'll find out about another developer too.
Nintendo's unique with this stuff too because I feel like they've gotten on a good path over the last 10 years of figuring out that, okay, Monolith's off. Yeah, well, you have your team that's dedicated to your games, but you have the ability to create this pipeline to help us with the other games. So let's do that. We own you. Let's make that a thing. And then, hey, look, we have this great, amazing partnership with Bandai Namco, right? They're probably the ones making Kirby Air Riders with Sakurai. They got multiple development teams made just to make Nintendo games. Obviously, good partner there. Maybe they're not just making them on their own. They're partnering with Nintendo Studios to make that happen, right? You could even look at like Grezzo. They've been working with Grezzo forever now. They already worked together. It was some of the Zelda team and Grezzo that made Echoes of Wisdom. So it's, very interesting that Nintendo now is kind of opened up their dev environment to be like, hey, we actually have a system in place to help and move developers around where we need to. That doesn't mean, guys, that the core IPs like Zelda, it's not like Aonuma is suddenly heading up a bunch of other stuff. No, there's the Zelda team. They're making the Zelda games. But some of the members of that team could move around to other projects as needed within Nintendo. I think they've created that flexibility that you just work at Nintendo. You don't necessarily work at this dedicated one team only thing, unless you've risen up the ranks for that IP to be someone that we want to make sure you're always working on just that IP. Like Fujibayashi, right? Like he's only works on Zelda now. So so yeah, and Nintendo's really great about internal expansion as well. Like remember Koizumi was like a Mario dude. Now look what he does. So Miyamoto, we all know what he did, and now look what he does. Like you move up the ranks inside Nintendo.
This is how you grow as employees. And I work on a little bit of everything.
I think Nintendo's been trying to let the younger developers cook, and I think it's working for them, which is great. Like I talked about this during this direct that I don't know what it is, but ever since Switch came out, we could talk about the anti-consumer practices and the prices, and I don't really give a shit because Nintendo's made some of the best fucking video games in my entire life over the last 9 years.
Absolutely. And what I think is really cool is this whole collaborating, bringing dev teams in to aid in areas that they're really strong in. Obviously, Monolith has a lot of experience building big open worlds, so it made so much sense to bring in Monolith to help design the world of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and Mario Kart World for that matter. So bringing in other teams to aid where their strengths have really honed over years of development is really smart. I get really annoyed because oftentimes I feel like this leads to like studio closures and really annoying things in the industry when you have a really good team that's known for making, let's just say, you're a team that's known for making great story-driven single-player experiences, but then you get thrust upon you a new games of service, but you've never made a multiplayer game, and this games of service is made, like it happens so much now where like a team that's known for one thing gets something else thrown on. Obviously, sometimes there are passion projects where devs are like, hey, this was a passion project. We missed the mark on it. But I love, instead of just like forcing a team into making a genre that they're not familiar with, like pulling from different teams and be like, hey, you guys are really good at designing open world. Hey, you guys are really good at building RPG stuff. Hey, you guys are really good at, this. You guys are the platforming kings. How can we incorporate better platforming into our 3D DK game and stuff like that? So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I laughed when Lovable Idiot said this. He thought Pauline was a spoiler. Nintendo, like the day of DK Bananza's reveal, Nintendo spoiled Pauline themselves on social media, and you might have missed it because it was so crazy around that time, right? We were, obviously all excited about Switch 2 and all that stuff, but yeah, technically Pauline was spoiled before we even saw this.
Isn't she in the Japanese box art? Am I mistaken?
No, now. So here's what it was. There was art that got put up on, it wasn't Japan. It was a Facebook page in one of the Asian countries, I believe, accidentally posted the art that we saw today now on the box art with Pauline grabbing at the necktie and pulling back. They accidentally posted it. And then everyone screen captured. Is this real? This is real. And it totally was real. It's the exact art we got today because they quickly changed it. It was only up for a few minutes before they realized their mistake. So Pauline was technically already teased. And that box art, by the way, it's also in the US for box art as well. So I'm curious if they actually changed the box art. So it was kind of like a, haha, just kidding, this is the real box art. Or if it's swappable. You just flip it. Make it on both sides, one with Odd Rock, one with Pauline. because we've seen that line on some of the Nintendo ones. They you could flip them and they have different designs. But yeah, anyways, technically Nintendo spoiled that a while back. And then Bobstar89 comes in here and he's saying Donkey Kong Bonanza has such an incredible atmosphere. I'm more excited to collect bananas than I was collecting medals in Mario Odyssey. And they give a real purpose to collecting the bananas too, for the upgrade system and everything. It's huge. They even give a purpose to the gold collecting. The gold collecting seems like it's infinite, but there's a reason for it. There's a shop to use it at, and then there's obviously the banana energy mode with all that stuff. So I'm really excited about it. And that's not even the only collectibles. There's records to collect for music, right? And the music sounded incredible, so I'm gonna want those records. So I can just play the music when I feel like it. And then, man, they need to get this. They need to get this game on Nintendo Music. By the way, come on, Nintendo.
I was thinking is with Mario Kart World's music, and obviously how much it's been a hit, right? Because you have all these reimagined classic. Yeah, so I'm thinking like, okay, we heard all the classic songs, a lot of them in the trailer, and I'm just wondering, are you going to bring that level to DK? Like what we had in Mario Kart World, are you going to give us that in DK? Like all the classic tracks, but reimagined? Hoping that happens.
We'll see.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of tracks that are reimagined with the new ones.
And what's the other club? Fossils. Or fossils as well. You can collect for stuff. And collect it and also collect to spend it, which is cool. And then Karkin says, was not a strict launch title to help Mario Kart. Love the Direct. Very stoked. If this is DK, imagine what they do at Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, a lot of people said that today, that like, hey, if this is what they did with the dedicated DK Direct and how much they were hiding, what the hell are they hiding about Prime 4?
Yep.
That's a good question.
Can't wait.
Both times they showed Prime 4, it kind of felt samey. What are they hiding? What are they keeping back? We don't even have a release date yet. There's got to be a lot more information for that game still coming. So
2 and 3.
Yeah, that too.
A new amiibo.
A new amiibo. Yeah, well, there'll be that for sure. Hey, people thought amiibo were going away. Oh, those are just Tears of the Kingdom amiibo. It's old. I'm like, oh, here you go. There's a DK.
Were you surprised to see it though? I was a little surprised to see a new amiibo.
Definitely.
After the launch with 7 new amiibo with Switch 2, I kind of figured they weren't done with amiibo. There'll be like at least one major one for every major game.
I mean,
I don't understand why Mario Kart doesn't get amiibo, or why Mario Kart World doesn't even have amiibo support.
Give us a cow amiibo, please.
That's a good question. That's a good observation, John. I'm curious actually now why they never have. I feel like that would also print money.
Yeah, well, the weird thing about that is that they have amiibo for every Smash character. So Mario Kart's bigger than Smash. So what are we doing?
I think they're scared to like go all in on a brand new giant set. Maybe they've only been releasing like one at a time.
You can do all the outfits as well. 80.
Yeah, I know.
Amiibo, $30 a pop. You know, that's not too bad.
That's money making.
They do a lot of Mario Kart with other toys, though. You know what I mean? Like they have the race tracks in the store. They have
the Lego set,
the Hot Wheels, the Legos. Maybe that's why.
You can just make that Lego set into an amiibo. The one that they just released, the Mario.
I have it in a box right behind me, right behind the camera. Do you have it, John?
I do. Yeah, I built it. It's pretty. They use it. They use that like mold for Mario Kart everywhere. They have the Lego. There's like a popcorn bucket down in Super Nintendo World. Like just Mario on a Mario Kart. Like that would sell so much for amiibo.
Also, the another super chat just came in on DK here. Says the Pauline reveal probably was going to be the surprise for Bananza as the Cappy's capture mechanics. Yeah, I remember when we saw the capture mechanics before the game came out. You know, he takes over a T-Rex. Like, what the fuck? This is awesome. So yeah, I'm really glad they had like that Mario-esque surprise there. All right, we can probably move on to our next topic, which is on the stash, man. What are we talking about? If you have any things you want to share, just you know what to do.
Okay, yeah. Let me get this pulled up actually.
Awesome.
I'll jump in the first one. We don't really need a visual. So obviously the micro SD express cards have been very hard for everyone to get. And it seems like for the most part, the only ones that are coming back in stock are the 256 gigs. And so something that's been kind of helpful is the On brand, the ONN, the Walmart brand. And of course, I think everyone's kind of a little weary, right, on buying something like that because you don't know who makes it. And some news came out, and now I will actually pull this up real quick, but it looks like Lexar is the one who's making this. So what do you guys think about that? Have you been able to pick one up?
Well, what is the name of the brand of the Walmart ones?
It's the ONN brand.
ONN, and Luxar makes it?
Lexar makes it. So
Yeah,
that's
so
yeah, you can see it when you do the analysis on it that Lexar is the company behind it.
So that means they're pretty good quality then.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're probably a safe buy.
yeah, I think we would say it's on like Donkey Kong now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely obviously a quality brand. Lexar, for those that don't know, is one of the 3 top brands for memory stuff. So
Can you buy these online, or do you have to go in the store?
both. You do both.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that.
Now people have noticed, of course, like, oh, well, why would Lexar do this and not sell it themselves? Well, if you look at the speeds, they're actually 100 megabytes per second slower read speeds than the ones that Lexar sells. So what this likely means, guys, is when companies make this stuff, there's a certain level of yield that meets your target spec, and then there's a certain level that doesn't quite hit it. Now, Lexar could have just sold those themselves for cheaper as a lower speed brand. SanDisk does this as well, right? They have like their pro brands or non-pro brands and all the stuff that are just different speeds, which are just chips that bend at different speeds. But instead, obviously, Lexar chose to partner with Walmart and sell it to Walmart because it can meet that lower spec, but still qualify as an express card, which is also why the O&M ones are cheaper than the Lexar ones, because they're not the top bend units that they're selling. So that doesn't mean these are bad or like poor man's cards. What it just means is, no, they just couldn't hit the Lexar target spec, but they're still within spec for express. And I have noticed that people said, well, when I tested the 256 speed one against the 1 terabyte one from Lexar, the 256 one was actually faster. I'm like, yes, you have to understand that the more you pack in, like it says up to 900 on the 1 terabyte, you're never going to get 900 due to heat. The more you pack in, the hotter it gets. So you're not going to get the same speed. So if there's ever a 1 terabyte ONN, that one's going to probably perform slower than the 1 terabyte Lexar one. You got to compare same sizes due to heat. Heat's a known issue with the express cards. That's why no one knows if there's ever going to be a 2 terabyte one, because the heat might be so bad that the speeds drop below the express standard. But I know Lexar for sure. I talked to them. They're trying to make it happen. They are working on a 2 terabyte one to see if they can get one within the spec. So
they do have a 512 gigabyte one at Walmart, but it's out of stock.
Yeah. You might find it in store stock, though. I did see some in my local Walmart last week. So
Yeah, I talked to one of the reps at PAX East from Lexar, and they were saying that, they're like all hands on deck making them. And they said by the end of summer, you should see them consistently. Like it won't be a problem stock wise.
Yeah. The last Dabria, she's one of their PR people or head of their PR. She told me email last week, July, massive restock happening in July. So
yeah, I have
These ones are also considerably
256.
cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a 256 Express for SanDisk, and it's pretty fast. But that'll tide me over until I can get access to the bigger ones.
Yeah, I got the 1 terabyte from Lexar.
I do too.
I even have an extra one here because they're a sponsor on the channel, but we're holding off till July for more mentions. But yeah, Lexar's. I've had no problems with the 1 terabyte the whole time. What's really cool, I didn't know this when I put the microSD Express in. It fills that before it fills the internal memory. So I don't have a single game on the internal memory right now.
Right. So it'll automatically go to your SD card.
Yep. So that's cool. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing with this story is I just want to dispel people who have fears that this is not a reliable thing. Like, oh, these are not the bend, these are not the top. Yes, these are the ones that didn't meet the spec. That doesn't mean they're not reliable. That's why they're cheaper. They're cheaper for a reason. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Lots of people are using them. All you should just, if you bought one, you should just feel more confident in your purchase that this wasn't some Chinese knockoff brand that might die in a year. Like
Very
this is
true.
a reliable company making them. It's going to last for the duration of your Switch 2. You'll be fine. That's the big
All
deal.
right.
There. Yeah.
Jumping in here to the next topic. And we're talking about Stellar Blade. Possibly coming to
Stellar
Switch
Cheeks.
2.
Stellar Cheeks.
This is a big deal. I don't know about you guys, but were you expecting to possibly see Stellar Blade coming to Switch 2?
I was. Oh, only because of it's an Unreal Engine 4 game, and there's no like ray tracing. It would be easy port for them, and they already said they were going to thinking about porting it to other consoles, like a month ago, or other platforms. They said after they released on PC. So I said, okay, well that's a Switch 2 port.
It's got to be like that's the platform you're going to get more sales on.
They don't care about Xbox.
No, they don't.
They don't.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of companies could probably stop caring about it until they get a system that sells better.
Yep.
Yeah, look at Final Fantasy. Put those games on Switch too. So a
Yeah.
lot more than
I mean,
22,000
we're
a
getting
week.
Absolutely.
Dude, 7 Integrate is going to destroy the sales on Xbox. when it
That
comes
might be the Final Fantasy on Xbox.
But Stellar Blade runs. You can get it running at 60 frames on Steam Deck, and we already know Switch 2 is far more capable on Steam Deck. There's so much more you can do with the closed box systems, as we could tell. If we want to get into the tech aspect, but that stuff is really exciting.
Please do.
For
Well,
so
we're getting-
long, we were
Not yet. That's Eric's topic. We're not.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
But
right.
that's really exciting though to have a game like that on Switch 2 because you already got Bayonetta's already been established on Nintendo. I think this fits right into that niche. I think it could sell like 1 million copies on Switch 2 pretty easily, or at
Yeah.
least 500K.
Would
Yeah.
you guys all
No,
buy it?
I haven't. So I've never played Stellar Blade. I'll probably pick it up if it's on Switch 2.
Yeah, I actually didn't. I was very busy when it came out. I'm like, you know what? I'll hold off, maybe for a sale, because it's just going right into my backlog. And now, if it just comes to Switch 2, I'll just get it on there.
It's a game I'm first going to boot up on the projector in front of my fiance and be like, honey, you need to come watch this game and find out why it's called Stellar Ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have over 100 hours on that game on PS5.
Oh wow.
It's really good.
A lot of ass, man.
It's really it's actually a really good game. Like legit. Like if you're a fan of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice and you're a fan of Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, I think that would be right at home with this game. Lots of parrying, lots of great combat. The visual aspect is kind of what they do to get you to get the game, to like look at it. But the actual gameplay carries it all the way through. That's why I played it for so long, because the gameplay was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was the thing for this game. They obviously went with the more sexualized character, which is totally fine as long as the character owns that sexuality and there's really great gameplay around it. Like with Bayonetta, right? Like that's also a very sexualized character, but the character owns it, and then the literal gameplay is amazing. That's what matters, is like building a great game around that. Obviously, you know what you're doing with the appeal, but man, if the gameplay fucking kicks ass, nobody's gonna give a shit.
Well, the thing about Stellar Blade 2, guys, is that they give the ability, they give you so many costumes that you can actually just cover up the character completely clothed. And if you have some kind of issue with that, you can just cover the character up and showing nothing. And you will still have a great time playing the game because the combat is so engaging. It's really, really good.
You know what I want from a port of this?
That's how I'll be playing.
You need a
I'll make sure she's all bundled up in a coat and everything.
My wife does not
outfit and cover all.
My wife
Yeah.
is not a gamer. She does not play games at all. So just like even visualizing her walking into the bedroom, and I'm like, it's not what it looks like. You know?
That's why I said I gotta put it up in front of her the first time. Like, honey, you just gotta hold on. There's lots of ass in the game. Be like, oh, it's like Fortnite, but with a tight skin, because her camera angle. She's playing on Switch 1. She sucks at the camera, so the camera's always pointing like angled straight at the ass as she's running. And I'm like, honey, you're already playing Celebrate at this point. It's like the same thing.
Dude, I do the same thing. When I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, when we got to the coastal area, when you can put them in, when you can put
Bathing
Tifa.
suits?
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you put the girls in bathing suits. Yeah, I put them in like definitely the skimpiest clothing. And of course, Michaela walks in and she's like, "Who are these hoes?" And I'm like, it was so funny.
No, there is a story aspect to explain some of those things, but I won't spoil
that
it.
totally sounds like
there's a story aspect
getting
as to why
defensive. Like
she
you
looks
can't
like
explain
that.
that to that to a non-gamer though. You can't be like, listen, there's a reason because you
There's always
just
a
sound
reason.
unreasonable.
There's a
always
reason.
There's a good reason.
I'm a demon kicking ass person in Bayonetta. She gets naked and everything becomes hair. Okay, there's a reason.
I had to tell my wife when I was playing Bayonetta that she owns her sexuality, but also the cameraman's a pervert. So take with that what you will.
Did you watch some of the fucking
cutscenes?
Some of the massive kill things that happens in it, and there's like zoom pan right past the vajay, and you're like, okay, what? This is.
Stellar Blade is a fantastic example of a developer understanding their demographic perfectly.
Yeah. I agree. I think they did a really good job, and I think it's funny, honestly, when that happens. Like, even when Michaela was out, like watching me play, I was like purposely trying to get like an upskirt with the camera, and she's just shaking her head at me. I'm like, this is good fun. You know what I mean?
It's great. It is what it is. They want to sell copies, and that's how they get the game in your hand and get you to play it.
They got a Nintendo podcast in 2025 talking about ass.
For the record, I've never played Stellar Blade. For the record,
same.
It feels like it's the right time to bring it to this audience. A bunch of people haven't played.
I mean, I'm sure Nier Automata or Nier Automata did well, right? People like that character.
Mm-hmm.
They like Bayonetta.
Yeah. So Nintendo, the perfect game for the Slow Burn podcast, right?
I'd get canceled, dude. No, it's not my type of game, but I could see it doing well. I mean, Cyberpunk found a whole new home.
Yeah,
on Twitch
and
too.
I was reading the character on live.
There were some
penis on
bear
screen.
things like
there we go.
immediately.
Yeah,
There were
I was creating a character on my live stream. I'm like, oh, look, a penis. Well, that just happened on the live. It is what it is. No, I didn't get in trouble with YouTube by it, so I'm good. That is what it is.
Oh, good.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that ding to be like, you went into nudity. I'm like,
I think if it's part of the gameplay, it doesn't flag it.
it is just in like the creative character. You don't really see it when you're playing. So
Well, like the first mission, there's
Are you talking about Cyberpunk?
Yeah, Cyberpunk and the creative character.
Yeah, I played that first mission live with the nudity on my channel, and
I think it's just virtual nudity in a game, and it's not like a porn game.
Yeah,
I think I just don't care.
What kind of nudity is it?
You talking about? You talking about like Leisure
She's in a
Suit
bath.
Larry?
She's in a bath.
You've been to?
Oh, okay.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Have you been
fully nude
Oh my
girl,
gosh.
fully topless in the game?
That you're saving.
But she's unconscious, and you're saving her life. She's almost dead. So it's context.
Yeah.
There's a
And then
reason.
like the first like club that you go to in the game, there's like sex toys everywhere.
yeah, there is.
Do you remember that? Like
I
it's like,
didn't investigate
imagine
that part,
playing like
but yes.
no, dude, it's like it's like playing Fallout or like Skyrim.
Gamebird
And-
spent 2 hours in that first level right there.
Listen, first off, that's none of your business. Second off, none of y'all ask questions you don't want the answer to. So, but no, it's like
It's
the
rated
first
M.
club
It's
that you go to.
fine.
They're like everywhere. That's like all you can loot. My inventory was just filled with them.
Hey, maybe the next Animal Crossing will be rated M, and that we'll get.
Where
some
are
of
you
this
going in
gameplay
that
there.
game? Because I don't recall. I have over 300 hours in that game, and I don't have any of that stuff in my loot, Mr. Gamebird.
It's like,
How is that possible?
I was seeking this shit out.
Like, wait a second.
Look,
I know it's Cyberpunk. You got to really look for that stuff.
Look,
to get
I got
it in your
20 hours of
inventory.
gameplay, and I haven't built up the dildo building yet. Okay, I keep wondering why my inventory is full of cock. I don't know what's going on.
Not my inventory.
All right. It's a kid show, guys. Settle down.
It's not you, buddy. It's okay. I won't judge you.
I don't know if it's a kid show. Let's be honest. We are not a
Family friendly.
After all, we can't be a kids show. Not outside of the nudity talk. You know, we had Stash coming out with the F-bomb earlier trying to apologize
I
for it.
know.
And
That was a first since I've been on here.
It was personal. It's like, yeah, it was. He was fucking pissed.
That's funny.
It's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, dude, you've cussed out the show. Don't worry about it. But Stash like never cusses on his own channel. So it's like for him, it's like, yeah, of course I fucking cuss, but I try not to do it on the show.
Yeah, try not to. Could be kids watching.
If something pisses him off, don't worry about it. It's coming out.
Nintendo is a
Yeah,
kiddie
super
console.
chat.
Only kids play Nintendo games.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This really the pickle entrepreneur. There it is. All right. Is there any other of these stories we got to go over, Stash?
Yeah, it's ready for you.
Let's bring it up. What do we got here?
I'm sure you guys have seen this news. The MiG Switch cartridge. The pirates are upset. So
every time I see this, I think of MBG because of the way it looks.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So the MiG Switch cartridge, essentially you can back up your own ROMs, right? That's how they advertise it, right? That you can take your own games.
Yeah, MiG Switch dumper.
Yeah, you can use the dumper tool that didn't even come with the MiG Switch when it came out.
Was supposed to, but didn't.
Was supposed to, but didn't. But yeah, you can use that tool, right, to dump your Switch ROMs, put them on the MiG Switch cartridge, and play them on there. And I don't know if anyone actually uses it for that. I'm sure there's a few people out there, but that's it. And so, of course, they're upset because they put the MiG Switch cartridge in the Switch 2. And there's a lot of headlines out there saying that the consoles got bricked. And that's not true. They're not bricked, but you can't connect anymore to the internet. So when you try to connect to the internet, a message on the system now says that the use of online services on this console is currently restricted by Nintendo. So you can't go online. I presume that means if you have a change of heart and you don't want to pirate anymore and say you want to buy a game now, and if the game has like a day one update, I presume you wouldn't be able to connect to the internet and update the game. Would you guys probably presume the same thing? If you can't connect to the internet, you wouldn't be able to update your game either? I don't see why.
Yeah, I'd imagine you can't.
Yeah, you couldn't.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's bricked depending on how you want to look at it. In a sense, it's like
in later Switch and hacked switches, like years down the line, after they hacked them, you were able to manually update games by downloading the update separately. But they're not going to be doing that for quite a long time. So I think you're kind of screwed if you got this happen to you.
Well, so here's the thing. Obviously, Nintendo doesn't like the MiG Switch. Of course, they don't, because look, I know a lot of people kid themselves. Yes, there are people that use it for legit purposes, like backing up their games and all of that. That absolutely is a thing that people do. I'm not saying it's not, but that's not why this is popular. It's popular for piracy because you can pirate games and play them on a Switch without hacking the Switch. That's what it's popular for.
Yep.
That's why people use it. In fact, as Stash pointed out, when they originally sold it, it was supposed to come with the dumper. It didn't, and yet people were still using it, but they couldn't dump their games without hacking their Switch.
It only came with a dumper to cover their asses, pretty much.
So
sounds like the right term for that.
I'm not saying there aren't people using it for legit purposes, but let me tell you, if you're a person that bought the game, did this, and then resold them, that's not for legit purposes either, because you no longer own the license to play that game. In fact, you might be fucking over somebody else who buys the copy used, because if Nintendo sees both the ID up twice on their servers, they both get blocked. And that sucks. And you might have bricked somebody else's system. That's something people are concerned about here with Nintendo doing this, is that this could hurt people that buy secondhand games from somebody who did this, who dumped the games and sold them to get their money back because, hey, I didn't lose access to my game. I still have it with a MiG Switch. So my whole thing with this is obvious. Nintendo literally said many times over that they would do something like this if they could catch you. And Nintendo owns Mig Switches. Let's not be stupid, folks. They're probably one of the first people to buy them anonymously, so they can actually get sent them. And then they have it. They've dissected it. Then maybe they find out they can't do a whole lot about it on Switch 1, but they designed Switch 2 with the ability to detect this stuff and make logs of it. When you connect to their servers, they get those logs and they're like, okay, you've been using the Mig Switch. We're going to take away your online. Now, I will be clear. This is not the same as a brick. You got to liken this more to like people who hack their Switches and they just know, don't connect to the Nintendo servers. Just don't connect to them. It's the same difference here, except the difference is they're not hacked yet. So the system is going to lose a lot of functionality for you until it becomes a hack system, which could happen down the line, and probably will. It's going to get hacked someday. All the systems get hacked eventually.
Always do.
Whether or not you'll be able to hack this one, because if the exploit requires a newer firmware, then that's a thing that could get in the way. But also, you can still play games offline. And one of the things I was curious about, no one's been able to answer yet, because I'm not going to stick a Mig Switch in mine and to get the answer, so I get blocked. Is just because they blocked your access to Nintendo's online servers doesn't mean they blocked your access to playing games. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by is if you buy a game key card, you don't go to the eShop to download the game. Did they block game key cards from being able to download games? Or did they just say, no, you can't connect to our services, but a game key card's a separate thing because the game's tied to the key card?
It's a great question.
And if that's the case, then basically all you did, especially if they still allow system updates, because there were people who got banned who got their consoles banned on Switch 1, but were still able to get the system updates. Most people that have their consoles banned don't want to do that because it makes it more hackable. But if you can keep getting the system updates and then you can still play games when you insert cartridges, then it's actually still a perfectly usable system. You just aren't doing online gaming anymore. And for some people, that might be fine. If all you do is play like single player experiences, I think you'll be able to play all of them still on the system. So it's not the same as bricking. Bricking's where it's just useless. It's a paperweight.
Yep.
That's not what this is. And the reason I bring this up is there's a lot of fear mongering because of the language in Nintendo's TOS and stuff that they're going to brick your systems. I actually don't know that Nintendo's ever going to do a full brick, and this is like the worst they'll do, because in Europe they can't. So I think they'll just keep it universal worldwide. That they're never. Well, in the US they reserve the right to do it. I think this is as far as they go. They just make the system unable to use their servers. They might ban your account as well, but that's like a basic. It's a basic thing.
All right. We got one more topic to hit here.
Hell yeah.
And so let me share this real quick. So this was an interesting story. This kind of goes hand in hand with what we were just talking about, right? So a delivery truck left Nintendo of America. They were driving to GameStop to deliver the Switch 2 consoles, and they got hijacked, Mad Max style. 2,800 of them, which comes out to 1.4 million. Quite the heist. I'm just like, holy shit, that is wild. And the comments section on this on Twitter was interesting. Because everyone's trying to figure out what went on, and a lot of people thought the driver was in on it too.
That was my first thought. Was this an inside job?
Dude, how stupid do you have to be though? Because it's like they all have serial numbers, man.
Yeah, those serial numbers.
These are logged.
You are logged. Your GPS tracked for where you're going with the truck, right? And the reason that they were able to find this is because it was at a Love's gas station, but also happened to be a way station. So they're required in a certain amount of time that you travel that you have to stop in at the way station. And that's one, to make sure you're not over the weight limit of highways. But the other thing is to check the logs of what it's supposed to weigh versus what it actually weighs. And that's how it was discovered, is the truck weighed significantly less than it was supposed to. So then they opened it up and saw, oh, we've been ransacked. When did this happen? It's like, you left Nintendo, so it's either people at Nintendo's warehouse that did it or someone along the route, and you didn't
They're going to find out what happened. Shipments like this are generally fully insured, And believe me,
Well, sure.
the insurance is going to go deep into the investigation, and they're usually really good at it.
One thing we did find out, now we don't have to speculate anymore, the value per unit to what Nintendo is actually spending from manufacturing to get at the store in the US is $410 a unit.
Wow.
So that's what it costs Nintendo to actually get a unit from manufacturing all the way to store. It costs them $410. So now we don't have to speculate anymore on like how much it costs for. I mean, now that's not how much it costs to manufacture. That's how much it costs to get it made and brought here and to stores. So now we know.
Unrelated, but if anyone needs a Switch, me and my buddies got a bunch of them.
Yeah. Unrelated. I got a
Nice,
Zelda special
nice.
edition Switch. I might charge a little extra for that. It's special. But
You think they're gonna put them up on eBay, or you think this is gonna have to be like a Craigslist kind
You
of
have to
deal?
find a fence.
This
This
is
is
gonna
like
have
a
to be
Facebook
Marketplace.
Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
no.
Offer up.
This is gonna
Or
have
offer
to
up.
be trench coat in a dark alley. Hey kid,
Oh yeah.
you like Nintendo with the
it's like a
open
really
jacket?
big heist, and the idea was to bring this to countries that don't sell Switch
I was
2,
just gonna say,
so they could like be like the crack dealer on the corner, but this time it's Switch 2s in the countries where you can't get it.
That's kind of
When
interesting.
I saw that it was like 2,800 units, I'm like, that's not that much money. And then it's like
That's-
$1.4
that's-
million.
You saw in the back, and it was like 3 or 4 pallets worth. I'm like, Jesus Christ, okay, that's a lot of units. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, 1.3 million. Like, yeah, just some chump change.
I gotta wonder if there's gonna be like some sort of security footage that comes out from like a local
Yeah.
business or something that just shows like a U-Haul or like 5 vans pull up, you know, because obviously that many switches you need a large vehicle or many vehicles.
Just no, I want to find out that there's like footage somewhere that this is like a Fast and Furious situation.
Same here.
They went in all the blind spots of the semi while it was driving and jacked the stuff while it was driving. I'd be like, dude, this is sick.
but even better, they were dressed as Mario characters.
So many
Or
people
Nintendo-
posted that GIF on Twitter.
Just in case the semi driver saw him in the rearview mirror, one was holding out a blue Shelby and like, oh
Yeah, right?
motherfucker, don't you dare pull over.
Or not to get too conspiratorial here, or it was an inside job by Nintendo to generate hype. Even thieves
Oh my
can't
god!
get their hands off Switch 2.
All right, Alex Jones. All right, buddy.
Tinfoil hats, everybody.
Yeah,
It was
gee.
Doug Bowser all along.
Oh my
Well,
God.
his last name is Bowser.
All right. Jesus. All right, Eric. Let's get to something better than this. All right, what are we talking about?
Oh boy. Well, it's been a couple weeks so far. You know, it's been
I know reading's hard for you. I'm aware.
Use your words, bud. Use your words. He doesn't talk much. Throw him a
We had to
bone.
study him at the 5th grade. Quick.
Yes. We spent plenty of time talking about Nintendo and their games, and the accessories and all this since launch. But let's get into the tech. How impressed, or maybe even unimpressed, we are with the tech of the Switch 2. How it feels, how it plays, and obviously how it runs games. Is it powerful enough? And I think we might as well just chuck it over to Dave because, yeah.
Dave's like the tech maestro.
Yes, he is.
Been all
It's very early still, but they released Cyberpunk 2077, which is the game, I think, a really good game to test on Switch 2. So I've been really impressed with that game personally, and it was actually it exceeded my expectations because it's using the PlayStation 5 preset for its textures. And so it looks better than the Xbox Series S version of Cyberpunk, and it has better reflections than Xbox Series S. And yeah, it has some limitations. It has some worse quality shadows because that is actually a CPU. The type of shadows they use in that game is actually CPU related with cascade shadows. It has to actually move with the sun, so that's actually CPU related for the shadows in that game. And there's less NPCs, and of course, it's targeting 30 frames in quality mode. So there is pluses and minuses, but this is a portable console, and I've never seen there's nothing like it out there. Like it totally destroys the Steam Deck. The ROG Ally Legion Go, it's better than those. For what they're doing with the console, I never would expect it to be that good looking until I actually saw it for myself. But I did expect something around the Xbox Series S level of quality beforehand, but I didn't. It really exceeded my expectations, hitting higher quality levels than that. And DLSS is a huge reason for that, obviously. But also the more RAM that it has is a huge benefit to Switch 2. We're seeing lots of limitations, even with PC graphics cards. They're still releasing 8 gigabyte PC graphics cards even today, and they're limited with texture detail. They just showed Stellar Blade came out on PC, and if you run it on a RTX 4060, which only has like 8 gigabytes of RAM, it doesn't have enough RAM to keep up with the higher level detailed textures, even on Stellar Blade. Which Switch 2, if they get that game, you'll be able to have higher quality textures on that game, and not like an Xbox Series S, for example. So there's some definite advantages to having more RAM. I think Nintendo did a great job making sure it had 12 gigabytes, and they'll probably get another gigabyte of RAM in there once they update it.
I bet.
Right now they got way too much, I think, dedicated.
I think they're still like compressing and optimizing all the OS stuff. They'll get it down.
But what they need to do is just give different tiers of dev kits to different developers who need to have the extra RAM, and people who want to use the game chat feature and camera and all that extra stuff. They can have the 3 gigabytes reserved for that. But I don't see why you would need 3 gigabytes to be reserved for your OS when you're playing a game like Cyberpunk. You're not looking at the OS at all. You're not using it at all. You need everything for the game there.
It's because of game chat, because it's a system level thing. It has to be available at all times, no matter what. So that's the thing about game chat. So the thing I was wondering is, because I truly think that's why the 3 gigs is there. And again, we've heard the reports that it's not exactly 3 gigs, and they're trying to like whittle it down. We're hearing this from developers that like Nintendo has told them, hey, we are trying to free up that extra gig for you. It's going to require more optimization, more time, and all that. Probably has to do with game chat. I also wonder if it's one of those things where Nintendo may at some point make this announcement, hey, say we are enabling a mode for developers to say, hey, you can still use game chat, but we're disabling the camera function. Like you can't use the camera, and that's how they get to get that little bit of extra performance for the game. Because Nintendo said the big thing with game chat is the reason is what it is. They didn't want it to impact gameplay. Okay, well, that's why they have that extra gig there, so it doesn't impact gameplay. Okay, well, can we find a way to reduce that? Again, I think over time, like Nintendo opened up more system resources over time on Switch, and I think that's going to happen here. I also think that in addition to that, this is probably, I think, also likely, especially once we get a die shrunk version out with the Switch Lite or Switch Pro or whatever they do, is they're going to start allowing higher clocked profiles as well.
Mm-hmm.
They opened that up on Switch, so like getting higher CPU clocks, I think would be really huge down the line for a lot of developers. So
yeah, they technically could do that right now. Actually, they're probably not sure because of the amount of Switch 2s they're making. They're making, when you make so many consoles at once like that, you have to have you're lowering the clock speed so everything works. Basically, they're mass producing these chips. So they're not really probably producing the golden samples that can clock up to 1.7 gigahertz type thing. But like a 1 gigahertz, 1.1, whatever is safer, and to be mass produced without having any issues. So you're gonna get a ton of Switch 2s out there in the market. They're gonna be working perfectly, instead of having less Switch 2s that are maybe clocked higher and maybe have more failure rates. So I think that's one reason why they're doing that. Plus, like 8 nanometers is more matured. They can target that easier for mass production. 4 nanometers may give them more issues for as far as building 30 million consoles in a year.
Yeah, the yield on.
See what I'm saying? So like I get it. Yeah, you always want more clock speed, so we'll have to wait and see what they do. But I think what they could do is, like you said, free up another gigabyte of RAM, and then also just make the dev kit less reliant on CPU cores for the actual OS during gameplay. The way to mitigate that, they could give more cores to the actual games, because having only 6 cores, that don't use hyper-threading, you only have 6 to use, unlike the x86, which has 8 cores and 16 threads, total, and you only have 6 threads to use on Switch 2. So that is going to be the limitation, is its CPU. If they can squeeze out another core somehow during gameplay, maybe. But overall, I think either way, even if it stays the same, I'm really, really impressed by what they could do. And then there's always ways to optimize your games to work with ARM processors versus x86. I
think that's the biggest thing is developers learning, especially all the ones that weren't supporting Switch, like learning how to optimize properly for ARM. I think that's also going to be beneficial for them to also help them bring it to other devices that use ARM, because ARM's growing.
Yeah, you guys have to remember too that Cyberpunk 2077 has never ever been ported to an ARM CPU ever. This is their first time they've done it, and I think they did a fantastic job. Like seriously, they knocked it out of the park, man. I'm having a blast with the game. I have over 60 hours of playtime in the Switch 2 version.
Oh, wow.
I have over 14 hours of gameplay uploaded on my 2 channels. So if anybody wants to check out the game, if you're not sure about it, check out my channel. I have all the gameplay there. I played almost 12 hours straight live, so I'm not hiding anything. The game runs great. And, this is coming from a PC gamer who has an RTX 5090. I played the game with path tracing on PC. I know how it looks. I know how good it can run. It's still a great, great, fun game. Yeah, it's not 60 frames, but 30 frames with those mouse controls. It's really, really responsive, really, really fun. I think it's the best technical example of what the Switch 2 can do as of 2 weeks into the console's lifespan.
And it supports mouse and keyboard, folks. Just so. It's the only game that has full mouse and keyboard control support.
Well, I mean, it doesn't work for me. I've tried it, so I don't know. Like as far as mouse and keyboard support, but
yeah, it worked for me. I plugged in my little Nixie keyboard right here, and it just popped up. And the mouse always worked. But the thing is, like when you plug in a mouse, I was hoping to do mouse one Joy-Con. Yeah, but then you can't crouch or jump. So I'm like, you have to plug the keyboard in to get that back.
Maybe they'll patch it later for the full keyboard support.
Yeah, the keyboard support's pretty good. I've had a good time with Cyberpunk. Like just like to get my thoughts on it out of the way. Like look, obviously, you can get into just how it feels. Like you hold it in your hand, it feels so much more premium, looks so much more premium. Even people like doing crazy things with the kickstand. I saw people like on airplanes, they just shove this in the TV tray holder and it just holds, and they just sit there and use it as an extra screen. So they'll have their movie playing above and they'll be playing the Switch 2 below on their flight. I'm like, dude, that is fucking brilliant. That is, dude, I'm definitely doing that going out to PAX West, man. I am definitely putting it in the TV tray when I'm not having a snack and going to be double screening up. This is going to be sick. Because usually, it's, I'm either watching the thing or I'm looking down. No, I could have it like on top of each other. Hell yeah, that's what we're talking about. So that's cool. Like just everything about it feels premium. Obviously, we talked in the past about the accessory, the Pro Controller, and how awesome that feels. But like I've played a number of games now on this thing. And in trying out a wide variety of games, I got my stack over here. I gotta say, I think the Switch 2 kind of exceeded what I was expecting. Because I kind of always thought, okay, like what they're doing with DK Bananza and Mario Kart, like, yeah, Nintendo games are going to be incredible. But I always still thought, like, yeah, even if we get all the third-party games, it's going to be more of like a Switch 1 situation, just with newer games. So, like, it's going to be like, when we get something like Cyberpunk, it's going to be, yeah, it's there in the same way The Witcher 3 is there. It's playable, but it's blurry, constant frame rate dips down to the single digits. I'm not saying that can't happen in the game, but it's not like it does in Witcher. Witcher 3 can run like all the time. So it's like, no, actually, this is a not on par version, but it's what I hoped Switch 2 would be. And that was, it's good enough that most consumers won't care. That's what they needed to honestly be a go-to platform for AAA third parties is, hey, yeah, maybe it's best as Sony's putting out there. We don't have to worry about Switch 2 because everything's best played on PlayStation. Fine. Technically best played on PC, but fine. Console-wise, best played on PlayStation 5 Pro, whatever. But most consumers don't care about that. Most consumers aren't going to buy a $700 system to get 20 extra FPS. They're going to say, does this game, when I look at it, look really fucking good and play really well? And if the answer is yes, most consumers, that's what we saw with Switch. I know people don't like talking about it. There are million sellers of third-party games on Switch. Why? Because it was good enough for some consumers. Like, it was good enough. And which is wild to think because they don't look that great sometimes. Didn't matter. Still sold millions. Monster Hunter Rise, I know it was obviously a timed exclusive, but look how good that game looks on Switch.
Yeah.
Like, you just got to look good enough and run decent.
Power is important, but it's nowhere near as important as so many people seem to just.
It's important to get the games in order to get the games. Right. We've been talking about this, especially back when it was first rumored. It could run the Matrix demo. Remember that in the end of 2023. That was reported. People have been asking me, what's the power range? What's the power range going to be that we can actually get ports that run good enough? That's the key word we've all been saying for years now. And I always said the lowest Nintendo can go to get ports to run good enough are going to be 1.5 teraflops in portable mode and 3 teraflops in dock mode. I've been saying that since 2023. And like the best case scenario would be like 2 teraflops and 4 teraflops, like that kind of thing. But yeah, that ended up what they ended up with was 1.5 range to 3. And that was with the NVIDIA based GPU, you're going to get something that's good enough. Yeah, you're not going to have max settings. There's some games that run at lower frame rates, but you're going to have games that look the same. They'll just have lower settings. And I think that's what people want. Oh, and I got to say, I know it's early, guys. I'm actually liking the DLSS results. I'm liking it a lot. I know that, like we talked about, it could be a magic button, and maybe it's not as magic as maybe you want it to be. Oh, no, it is.
It's nice. It's and it's only going to get better as the gen goes on. That's the thing. We're in the early days.
Look at that comparisons. That FSR looks like garbage compared to DLSS.
Do you guys think, because we know that Mario Kart World was originally a Switch 1 game. We now know that Age of Imprisonment was originally a Switch 1 game. I don't know if there's been any confirmation that DK Bananza was originally a Switch 1 game, but I do feel like whether or not we've heard it, I feel like we have, or I feel like it was in development originally for Switch 1. And probably moved over to Switch 2. Every new gen.
I think that's true of every year one. We've already heard things like Age of Imprisonment started as a Switch 1 game as well. So I think a lot of these year one games started as Switch 1 projects.
Absolutely. Yep. And that's what I feel. So honestly, I feel like we're yet to see the first true Switch 2 Nintendo first party game. And I think we're all going to be surprised when we see it, when we see how good it looks, when we see things like Cyberpunk and the way that game is looking and running, and you put into perspective the way Nintendo is able to create for their own hardware and how they're able to make games where it's like, holy crap, like what are the wizards doing behind the scenes on this underpowered hardware? So Switch 2 is powerful. Like, it is comparable. We're getting games that are going to look stunning. We're going to get a wide array of third-party games coming to Switch 2 because it's going to be a popular console this gen. I can't wait to see.
I'm waiting for the first third-party game that went in development like a year ago and started development with Switch 2 in mind from day one. That's what I'm very curious what that game's going to be that we see in like 3 years or something like that. What that is, because everything we're going to be seeing for the next year or two from third parties is going to be games that were primarily made for other systems ported over.
Yep.
And that's fine. But eventually when we get to year 3 and 4, Switch 2 will have been part of the dev process the whole time. So you'll have that full optimization of what they're doing. I think that's going to be interesting to see how that works out. And obviously from Nintendo, the question is, what is going to be that first game that was only ever made just for Switch 2? Is it the 3D Mario? Then from the get-go, they say, nope, we knew we're doing once per gen. We're making this for Switch 2. So we didn't even start dev till 2020 when we knew what the specs were going to be. Okay, cool. Maybe. If that's not the case, then it's like, okay, what is it? We know 3D Zelda for sure. We know that.
3D Zelda for sure.
That's only been made for
Monolith too.
Maybe Kirby Air Riders.
Yeah, Kirby Air Rider started as just a Switch 2 project right away. No, that's a valid point. We haven't seen, and Bandai Namco is usually really good with the visuals. So they would have loved having that.
Raiders. Splatoon Raiders, because
Splatoon Raiders,
Splatoon
maybe?
3 was late in Switch 1.
Yep. So that could be one that maybe was the first one made for it. Of course, is Splatoon Raiders from the ground up made, or did they just build off of Splatoon 3 and just, hey, we have extra power? Don't know. So like, it's gonna be interesting to see what the first game is that does it.
I think the next Monolith game is going to be from the ground up. I think it's. I think they're gonna.
3 was late in the.
I think they're gonna try and push the hardware. You know, I think about like the grand landscapes that they've created, really inventive ones with like the Titans, and you know you're seeing the arms and the legs in the background. And now with the power of Switch 2, everything that they're going to be able to do and push, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah,
I'm excited for a moment from Xenoblade. They like doing these pan shots. There's going to be a pan shot that makes our jaws drop in the way people did when they first did a pan shot of Horizon Zero Dawn back in the day. Except it's now a Nintendo game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have as much of a techie answer, but I will say that from what I've seen, like Cyberpunk looks super impressive. I played the Switch 2 version of No Man's Sky, and that looks great. Like, that looks so great.
How's that update?
I was curious about that one.
Yeah, I
awesome
played
to
it.
hear.
It looks good. So I think the biggest thing about the Switch, and I like pretty much stopped buying third-party games on Switch, at least the demanding ones. You've always like needed a complementary system with the Switch. You've always needed like an Xbox or like a PC. I think it's just a matter of like games coming to Switch 2 now. I think this console is very, very, very capable, and that's only good to bring in more people. Like, we're getting Madden. That's a huge deal. Madden sells like crazy, and eventually college football and like all these other sports games and Call of Duties and stuff. So yeah, it's a huge deal. I can see potential. And like you were saying, Nate, like this is year 1, dude. Like wait till year 3, 4. We saw Doom running on Switch 1. Like, it's just going to be crazy from here.
Yeah. And those games like Madden can now finally be packaged without an apology. You know?
Yeah, there's no.
Now we'll get Ultimate Team and get to buy our cards in our in our EA games.
Madden All Play.
Oh my god! Anyone else got some thoughts on the tech?
I have a dumb caveman brain, so I like pretty colors, and Cyberpunk looks really good. I've been playing Street Fighter 6 on it. That runs really well.
Yep, I have that.
Handheld for it's a little blurry, but like it works perfectly fine. I think the one issue I have with the system is the battery. Like if you're playing like Cyberpunk in handheld mode, or I think I was playing like Rune Factory in handheld mode, it died within like an hour and a half. I was down to like 35% or something.
Stick fix, man.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Doing the stick fix. Stash, how you thinking about the hardware, man?
I've been very happy with it. Not much has changed, right? I was very happy about Cyberpunk from when I played it to where it's at now. Again, we'll see where Cyberpunk is down the road as well. Because, I mean, you look at the Series S version, you know, it got the 60 FPS 2 years later. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of patches roll out over the course of time. So we'll see where that is. But the biggest thing is that this is a launch game, and it's only going to get better from here. This is how it works. We all know that a few years into the console, you're going to get games that look considerably better. So I'm very happy right now with where we're at. I've been really enjoying my time with Switch 2. I have an Excel sheet that I've been working on that's pulling from a few different Reddit groups, from some YouTube channels, and from a Google Drive that is basically keeping track of all the Switch 1 games and how they're performing on Switch 2. And so I've been using that along with my extensive catalog of Switch 1 games, and it's been very fun. It's been like a game within a game, testing out these Switch 1 games to see how they perform on Switch 2. And the results have been pretty amazing. So I'm very happy with everything.
I'm curious how long developers have had dev kits personally, because some of these launch games, I question some of them, like just like not the quality of them, but just the choices of them. Like Hitman, I didn't really understand that one. Like, why is that a priority for Nintendo?
That one's because of Bond.
So like, oh yeah, for James Bond, I guess for later, but still, it's just like, yeah, I wonder why there wasn't some other key third parties at launch, but such a huge launch for Nintendo. But so I don't know. I'm not sure how long these developers have had dev kits.
I will say this.
I think that's a great question.
Yeah. We'll get to Game Bird in a second here. I just wanted to add in that I think the third parties, some of them like Microsoft, like we've heard a lot about how Microsoft has so many games coming. I think they just didn't want to release around Mario Kart. They knew Mario Kart was going to dominate too much, and so they want to get away from that window to maybe release at a time, like say when Dragon's Drive launches. Maybe that's a better time to drop stuff. You know,
great time.
What were your thoughts, Game Bird? Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. No, I mean, I think we had like a whole topic kind of similarly centered around this with like where are the third parties, but I think that's a great question. I wondered the same thing. There are certain third party titles that I think, obviously some of them we know are coming, but I'm surprised they didn't come sooner. Elden Ring is a great example of one that I feel like having that at launch would have been a huge deal and a wonderful place to play. You know, obviously we have Mario Kart World, and that's going to take up a lot of people's time, but I don't necessarily think or believe that a multiplayer racing game is going to take away from a great single player experience. Right. Obviously we got Cyberpunk, but I don't know. I feel like we could have gotten one more game like Elden Ring at launch, and that would have been a huge win.
Well, yeah. Also, there was no release dates or anything else, really, right? So we're kind of waiting to see what's going on. We're waiting for that Nintendo Direct.
Yeah,
but
Madden, like the only thing we know.
We may not have a Nintendo Direct until after Donkey Kong's released. Maybe,
sure,
just because they're promoting Donkey Kong right now. So, you know, it's a fair question. Maybe these developers just haven't had dev kits for that long yet. And so we're seeing, you know, a little bit of like we have a very huge marquee game, AAA, quadruple A, whatever. Cyberpunk 2077 shows the full, you know, like potential Switch 2 a day one. And then Street Fighter 6 is really good too. And then you have Mario Kart World. But, you know, then you kind of got some slim pickings there a little bit for your launch games. You know, not too much, you know, stuff. You got Fast Fusion, which is nice. But yeah, so like, yeah, I'm just curious about that. Not that I'm disappointed really, but I'm just more curious about what the timing is on when these developers got their dev kits.
I think TikTok mentioning like,
baby, we got
Yakuza. That's right.
That's all we needed right there.
That's my most played third.
That
That's
PS3
actually probably my most played game on Switch 2 right now, to be honest.
It's a great game though, for sure. Yeah. I hear you.
I think games like Madden are going to be huge for the Switch 2 because they're day and date with all the other versions.
Yeah, as long as there's no missing features, please, EA.
Yeah, and I thought Borderlands 4 was day and date with PS5 and Xbox, but I don't think it is.
Not day and date.
It's not.
No.
Oh
But
my
it's coming
gosh, I
out
thought it
this
was day
year.
and date as well.
They did say it will come out before the end of the year, but it's not day and date.
So again, dev kits. I don't know. And also, Doom: The Dark Ages. No announcement there.
No announcement.
Man.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a lot of Microsoft stuff in the next Direct. Like we have to see Forza, we have to see maybe Gears.
If there's a bunch of Microsoft games in the next Direct, like say it's like 4 or 5, I wonder if they'll do a segment where they pull Phil Spencer in to announce.
Oh yeah, they could do that stronger together kind of marketing like they've done.
And say, hey, remember when we said we're better together with Minecraft? We're better together with more than that. Here's what Xbox is bringing to Switch 2.
Dude, Nintendo fans would eat up the Master Chief collection.
Oh,
they gotta bring that
completely.
Over.
A lot of that stuff. Well, I'd really like to see from third parties, especially ones that we know are coming later, is and Sea of Thieves is actually a great one for this. Is I'd like to see a little bit more of like the Nintendo collaboration, not extensively, but think about how like when Skyrim came and we got like Link's tunic and the Master Sword in the game. You know, it wasn't this game-changing thing, but it was a cute Easter egg and a cute nod to Nintendo. Stuff like that, you know, getting like the Hylian shield as a drop in Elden Ring is really cool. And I don't think that's outside the realm of
Is that
something that
confirmed?
Miyazaki would want in his game. He's obviously a huge Zelda fan, as the Souls games, do take inspiration from Zelda and Nintendo. But I'd like to see more of that. And Borderlands, that's another one where it's like, dude, how is there not a rifle that has like a description or some like it's like weird quirky secondary attack is like a green shell that shoots out, like they could do something like really fun. I'd love to see more of that.
I think we get something like that with 007 for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll wait and see for the next Nintendo Direct to see if they got all the dates lined up. But when they announced those games, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Borderlands 4, they had no release dates for those. So that's kind of why I was like, maybe they're kind of just lagging a little bit in those dev kits, but they'll have release dates later this year.
Oh, I also think so. I think Elden Ring is going to be day and date with when that version drops for everyone. So they haven't announced a date for that at all for any platform. So I think that's going to be day and date. And I say that because From Software is making an exclusive game. They've had dev kits. They're making an exclusive game for Switch too. That's why I also think if you're looking for that light Nintendo crossover, it's going to be Elden Ring, because their team has had a Switch 2 dev kit and they're making an exclusive paid for by Nintendo. So I could see there being that little tie-in like they did with Skyrim.
Give us an amiibo. We got the Dark Souls amiibo.
Could be.
The Elden Ring amiibo.
Yeah, there could be that too. For
Diablo amiibo.
Wait and see.
Diablo, yeah. Yeah, we Diablo 4 should be coming too. Like,
yeah,
absolutely. And they did that. Diablo 3 was I played the most on Switch. Actually, it was a lot of fun on handheld and on the go. And that had the full Ganondorf outfit that you could equip your character.
They also
in.
did a
It was
special
really cool.
edition Nintendo Switch for Diablo 3.
So
Yep.
After playing, so I played Nobunaga's Ambition on Switch. After playing that in mouse mode, guys, every strategy game on PC needs to come over now. It's time. This is the console.
Yep.
This is the system to get on and get popular on console. Get on it. I'm telling you right now. Age of Empires, bring it over.
Yeah.
Halo.
Even things like Sims would be huge with the mouse.
Tactics, obviously, we don't know if that's already announced. So
yeah,
dude, Sims, yeah. Why the hell is Sims not over now with full mouse mode support? Make it happen. Let's go. Like, I'm so ready for this to be the console that does that. I know not everyone can use mouse mode in every situation. I get that, but guys, think about this. What's forget TV mode? What's one of the number one plays to switch to? Tabletop. Your tabletop, there's no reason you can't do mouse. Just works right there on the table. You don't need a mouse pad. So yeah, I think that this is the time to get this stuff over. And the bottom line is, as you talk about all the third party stuff, that this really just gets back to the fact that I think we're all pretty satisfied with the hardware. And we think that they hit that good enough where, hey, for the next 5-6 years, not really worried about anything.
Yeah, not worried. Can I ask you guys
ready to see the games?
I'm genuinely curious because a handful of you have played Cyberpunk, and I know, Dave, you said around 60 hours of it on Switch too.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on it? Like, would you recommend someone play on the Switch 2? Or would you say, like, if you only have a Switch 2, you recommend it? Is it good enough that you feel like totally play this because you could play it on the go as well? I'm just curious, like, your level of recommendation. Each of you who have played it. I've not touched it on Switch 2. I'm very impressed by what I've seen.
Like I said, like you said, it's more like it's a use case scenario. If you want to be playing it on the go and at home, then 100%, I think Switch 2 is the best way to play it. If you're only going to be playing on your TV and you have another console that you already own, you might want to play it on PS5 or PC or whatever. But like, yes, it is definitely a lot of fun on its own without the other consoles as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gives you
It doesn't feel like a massive compromise.
No, not at all. No,
Yeah.
like visually,
Okay.
it looks just as good as a PS5 version, in my opinion. When the PS5 version is running with its ray tracing mode turned off, and the only ray tracing that it has is shadows, and you're not going to really tell much of a difference on that. So, like, if you want to play the game on the go, it's the hands down the best way to play Cyberpunk is on Switch 2, hands down. And the game is a lot of fun. You're not getting any visual compromises that you're going to notice whatsoever, especially on your TV.
And how's handheld, guys?
Great.
It's good. It's really good, actually. It has true VRR on the handheld. So you actually, if you run in performance mode on the handheld, you'll actually get a smoother experience than playing in performance mode on your TV.
Yeah, I don't like performance mode on TV, but it's great in handheld.
I might end up picking it up.
If you have a just playing the game, I think the game runs fine and good. If you have a PlayStation 5, of course it's going to run better on there. But like outside of the gameplay, if you want to support like physical games on the Nintendo Switch 2, because it's like one of the only non-game key cards.
Right.
It's the second highest selling physical game on Switch 2 besides Mario Kart.
So look, obviously, I have Cyberpunk and I've played some of it. I've probably put not as many hours as Dave. I think I got about 10 hours in. My thing with this is I have other platforms I can play on. If you're someone who buys a Switch 2 and all it is just a system that sits under your TV and you own other systems, well, obviously then you only bought Switch 2 to play the exclusives. And that's fine. This is an exclusive game. All third-party games will be better on other hardware. That's just the way it is. But if you bought Switch 2 because you use it on the TV and on the go, there's a very compelling reason to get this because you're not going to really get a better experience that does both without using multiple platforms. And then on top of that, if you're just someone who primaries Switch 2, I think we got to remember there's a lot of people that they only game on Nintendo. They don't have another platform. If you're interested at all, get it. You're going to love it. Like if you watch the trailer, like obviously don't buy a game just because, we can talk about supporting physical, but like if the game has zero interest for you, use your money on the games that this game is getting expensive. Use it on the games that you're actually going to play. But if you watch these trailers and you're like, damn, dude, that game looks good, pick it up. It's a good version.
Yeah, I have it on PlayStation 5 and I played a bunch of it on the PS5. And then I dipped out. I dipped out, and every time Nate or Thunderstash and now hearing Dave speak about his experience with it, like I'm always like tempted. And obviously, Johnnybo, you made a great case about like physical media and the preservation of that format and stuff. So I don't know. I might need to just double dip. And I love the higher. I have a family. I got kids and stuff like that. So Switch 2, I like it. It's literally my primary console that we, sometimes the kids want to use, they fight over who gets the living room TV. Yeah. So being able to have that Switch, and if I am playing it on TV and then the kids get home from school and it's like, okay, I'm going to go to my room and relax and finish up my session on here.
The only difference you'll see if you play the game docked, it's going to play just like the PS5 version in quality mode, except that it's going to have a like less dense NPCs in the cities.
Sure.
And a little bit more lower resolution. You can probably tell a little bit, but other than that, it's a really nice picture. Like the DLSS is cleaner than Xbox Series S, has the same texture quality as PS5. So you're going to get a downgraded experience for just basically NPCs. Some shadows are going to look a little bit worse. But other than that, you're going to be like, wow, this looks just like the PS5 version. You're going to be blown away by that.
That's awesome.
So as long as you're not expecting 60 frames per second, I think you would be happy with that version, and you'll be happy with it on the go too. That's just my opinion.
I think I'm sold. I
also went.
I've just like you guys are always raving about it and stuff. I'm like, man, I'm the only one in the crew who who hasn't like seen it in action, in front of my own eyes.
I also want Witcher 3 Switch 2 update. So any money I could give CD Projekt Red to make that happen, I would.
Metroid Prime remastered update too, please. Like, just give it 4K, and I'm super happy.
And mouse controls. Put mouse controls.
Mouse
in there
mode
too.
will be in it for sure.
Mouse mode too.
Okay. Let's go ahead then and get into our last topic before the Q&A segment. This is my dealer's choice, right? So I've been debating, like, what do I want to make this? What do I want to make? There's things we could talk about. We could talk about, Sony's public comments when they were asked about Switch 2. You can get into that. And then obviously Shuhei Yoshida talking about how Sony internally views Nintendo, and he's worked there for 31 years at PlayStation. So I think he has a pretty good idea what they internally think about Nintendo. And I thought that's cool, but that's more like a console war sort of thing. And I don't really care about console wars, to be honest. I think it's a fun conversation, but not for this show. So instead, I want to pivot to the fact that before we got to this direct, the number one criticism was that we need a direct. And this isn't the direct we need because we don't have any dates for any Nintendo games after Donkey Kong. We just went over the last topic, all these third-party games. We don't have dates for them. And that's just the stuff that's already announced, let alone the fact that you need to keep announcing new things. This is a new system. We got to keep letting people know there's more coming. There's more coming. There's always more coming. And Nintendo did a great job of that in 2017. We knew there was always more coming. And I don't know if it's smart to wait till a September direct, even if you drop a release date for say Drag X Drive for August, and that's the August game. Fine, but I don't think you could just wait till September because I think you're going to start to lose a little bit of momentum. What you have now, you have a lot of momentum. You kept it going with the DK Direct. I think that's helped drive hype and made people who bought Switch 2 even more confident in the purchase they made. But there are people that don't care about Mario Kart or DK, and they need their games. So, do you guys think we're still going to get some sort of direct this summer before we get to September? Because September is that's their normal direct time, and that's also the 40th anniversary of Super Mario. So we all expect there to at least be a Super Mario thing that month. So you guys think we're still going to get a summer direct?
I think so. Like after Donkey Kong comes out, I think late July or August, they got to have one. Wait till September. I think that's too long.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
I know someone brought up an argument I saw today. No, it was yesterday. I think it was Switchforce when he made a video because he thinks there will be one as well. And he brought up that game directs have obviously never stopped general directs in the past. It's never happened. In fact, every game direct going all the way back until the Smash Bros. One, which was in November, had a general or a mini happen within a month of the actual game direct. Now it's happened consistently, even in June. It wasn't a general, but it was a Nintendo Mini Partner Showcase for Xenoblade when they did it in 2022 in June, and then the next week they had that. So that's interesting. And then on top of that, there's a Pokemon Presents in July. And if you look at the history of Pokemon Presents, there's almost always some sort of Nintendo Direct around when a Pokemon Presents happens. Usually before it. Occasionally after it. Back when they used to do the E3 ones, it was always a little bit after they do the Pokemon Presents first, and then they would do the Direct. So I'm very curious that, there's people that think this Direct could happen in the next few weeks. And I'm not going to say it can't. I don't think at this point any Direct's going to overshadow DK Bananza. It's kind of like, trying to overshadow Breath of the Wild. You're not going to overshadow it. It's so hyped, that everyone knows that that's what's next. And anything you talk about in this Direct is after DK. So the hype, I think, would be okay if they did one before DK. Conventional wisdom to me tells me you wait till the week after DK and then do it. But also, literally the problem is Pokemon is that week. Pokemon's doing a Pokemon Presents that week. And I don't think they're going to do it the same week as the Pokemon Presents. So I do think there could be one as soon as next week still. Personally, I think it needs a Direct. Like this DK Direct to me didn't go, oh, well, now we don't need a Direct. No, we still need one. This just proved why this wasn't in the Direct. They had too much to show to put that in a Direct. Like 15 minutes, that's too much to take up a Direct for one game. So I think, and they packed that 50. That's 17 minutes, actually. They packed that 17 minutes from start to finish. So, okay. As soon as I saw how great that Direct was, I'm like, all right, cool. This makes sense why this isn't part of a bigger general Direct, because this is too much. You needed to explain this on its own. So I actually think this just kind of cleared the slate from being like, okay, let's get rid of the big thing people are hearing about our next game. We blew people's minds. Now let's drop a Direct that kind of sets up August, September, up to the holiday season with maybe one surprise game in there. I don't know what the surprise game will be, but because it just seems like we need something. And that's the way I kind of feel, because I'm really excited for Donkey Kong. So I'm like, okay, I don't care about anything else right now. But once that game is out, I'm going to be like, okay, so what am I looking forward to next?
We got to stop with this mentality, all right? The Switch 2 came out 2 weeks ago, and we're already asking for more.
John Nebo, we knew when Switch came out, we knew the first 6 months.
You said once Donkey Kong comes out, you're gonna play it, and then the next week you're gonna be like, "What's next?" We can't live like this. We gotta enjoy.
Here's what we need.
But we need the line. Here's the thing: When Switch launched in March of 2017, we knew every game release date for the next 6 months. We already knew it. They were already out there. That's the problem is not everyone wants DK. People want other.
We're getting Dragon Drive in the summer. They confirmed that.
Okay.
Dragon Drive doesn't need its own month.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I
Dragon
don't
Drive doesn't need its own month.
Dragon Drive
Here's what
doesn't
we
even
need.
need to come out.
There is one key thing we're missing.
I think that game is gonna flop hard. Yeah,
I think it very likely will
Need the
flop,
demo
and I
for
think a
sure.
lot of that's going to depend on the price point. Honestly,
They need to get a demo up for that game.
and
man.
Stash
They
was
need
right.
they need to show
charge too
content
much,
of
it's
that game. Because
doomed.
all we saw was like
It's a basketball
them
game.
playing
That's what you
matches.
do.
But we need
That's
like
what you do.
is there customization? Like is there?
It's another game.
Probably.
And listen, Thunderstash got to play it, and he thoroughly enjoyed it. So this isn't a knock on the game at all. But this is another game. I actually think that this would have been a better pack-in title than the Welcome Tour. Like between the two, I get that the Welcome Tour seems more like it's a tutorial and tour of the Switch 2. This game, Dragon Drive, actually feels more of like a pack-in title that's like, hey, like these are the new Joy-Con 2s, and this is everything that they can do, and have fun with this cool party game, like kind of sports party game that we came out with. I think this would have been better suited for that. But I think honestly what we're missing, the big thing, yes, I'm excited for a Direct. Yes, I can't wait to see what's on the horizon for early next year and what's coming from the third party side. But we're missing something huge this year, and it's something I think is still coming, and that's the big Nintendo Switch 2 holiday game. We have no major holiday game. I don't think it's Pokemon.
November.
You know, I know we're getting Pokemon close to the holidays. It's October. Yeah. I don't think it's that.
Mario's
I don't
40th anniversary.
It's not going to be Metroid Prime 4. I don't think it's an impossibility that the next 3D Mario could drop this holiday. I think it's unlikely. Nate's making that face. I think it's
They're not going to show. They're not going to show it until Donkey
But
Kong is out because they don't want
Nintendo-
another 3D platform.
Absolutely. But dude, there's no way that Donkey Kong coming out this year negates the chances of Mario's next adventure coming out this year. Look at we have
Mario's
Mario Kart
35th
World
was in August.
Well, we have Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders in the same year. That's the most baffling one to me because Mario Kart World it's literally the biggest Nintendo game, Mario Kart. But anyways, we are due a holiday title. I don't think it's going to be a Switch 1 game. I don't think their holiday game is going to be a cross-gen thing. I think it's got to be a Switch 2 exclusive. I think we're yet to find out what it is. Do I think it's the next Mario 3D game? Probably not. Do I think there's a chance that it is? Absolutely. Dude, it's Nintendo. This is the company that Twitter dropped Splatoon Raiders, a brand
100% a Mario game.
Dude,
so I'm saying it right now.
It could be Mario Maker
Mario
3.
game.
Maybe it's Mario Maker 3 and it incorporates mouse mode and they add the wonder mechanics. And they take there was a huge I don't know. There was a huge you lost a lot going from the Wii U to the Switch with Mario Maker because you lost the touchscreen mechanics, which was very important and it aided in
It's going to be Dragon
building and
Drive as a
designing.
holiday game.
No.
That's
Dave?
not in the summer.
I will not stand for that. Prime, what do you want to say, man?
I don't think there's a chance in hell it's a Mario game this holiday.
40th anniversary.
No, what do you know?
40th anniversary is September. They aren't just going to celebrate Mario for a month or two. The Mario movie
They had the Mario 35th Direct in August.
Yes, they did. They did, but what year was that again? Did they have games coming out back then? They had
the 3D All Stars coming out. They had Mario 35. They had game. They had a bunch of stuff.
Yes, they did. Now think about it. Before that Direct happened, what was the lineup for that year, for that holiday?
There was nothing.
There was literally nothing.
Yeah, there was nothing.
There's absolutely nothing.
There's nothing right now.
But dude, I'm not gonna sit here and have you tell me it's impossible when Nintendo sold me cardboard. Do you understand me?
I'm pointing out that Nintendo, like everyone talks about, there's nothing. No, Nintendo's actually announced like 6 upcoming exclusive games for Switch 2.
There's nothing. There's nothing in that holiday.
He's talking about the holiday game.
Technically, there's Pokemon in October. So I'm
Pokemon. That's something different. That's different.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, Gamebird, you said Nintendo sold you cardboard?
They
It was
should-
Labo.
Are you
not me
saying you
personally.
purchased Labo?
No, I actually didn't purchase Labo.
Oh, okay.
That would be
I
this
did.
man right here who's saying Mario's impossible. He's the cardboard wielder.
Okay.
No,
Making
I'm
sure it's
saying,
clear on
saying
that.
it's impossible for this holiday outside of like like Switch One could get something. Like if Switch One gets Mario Galaxy 2, whatever. Like I could see that being a thing, and then there's a Switch 2 edition of that, I guess. But that's not going to be the big holiday game. That's a port, right? I mean, you could talk about 3D All Stars, but yeah, that was just a port. Like that wasn't the new game. Like,
It's going to be 3D Mario, and they're only going to sell it for a year.
No. So the reason I don't think it's
Too soon.
The reason I don't think it's going to be 3D Mario is really twofold. We talked about Donkey Kong being an evergreen seller that stops if 3D Mario releases within a few months of Donkey Kong. It's just going to stop its selling ability. Now it's no longer a game that's their big 3D platformer for the holiday. It's overshadowed. So that's one thing I do think the Fat Donkey Kongs this year. This is like telling Nintendo to release 2 3D Zelda games in 1 year. They're not doing that. They're not stupid. They spread that stuff out intentionally.
But they're released Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders in this.
Kirby Air Riders and Mario Kart World are completely different types of racing games, and those IPs aren't even related to each other. Kirby and Mario Kart have no relation. Donkey Kong and Mario have direct relation. They founded out of the same thing. They found it out of Donkey Kong back in the day.
I'm just sick of waiting. It's been 8 years. Like if I have to wait another year for a 3D Mario,
you have Donkey Kong. Does this not give you Mario vibes in the Donkey Kong game?
It does, but it's
There's
not
Mario. Listen.
You could put Mario costume on Donkey Kong.
I definitely get Nate, I understand what you're saying. I'm just of the belief that I don't think Mario being a holiday game is going to cannibalize the big summer blockbuster. Personally, I think
what's the bigger that Mario or Donkey Kong?
Mario is, but I will say this: I would have had a different viewpoint before today's direct, but I honestly think that what we saw today was so impressive that. Go ahead.
Look, what we saw today is what solidified that 3D Mario is not this year because this is 3D Mario level. This is what I'm talking about.
You're under selling the 40th anniversary. They are doing something for the 40th anniversary.
You're underselling it. They're going to be celebrating it for a year. It just begins with
Mario 40 is coming in November. All right, Mario 40. We're going to play.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. They can bring Mario 40 on NSO. I'm not saying there's not going to be anything Mario. It's not going to be the big one. The big one's going to get announced in September, released next year around the Mario movie. That's what's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, there's no way the big 3D Mario is this holiday. And I'm fine if I'm wrong, guys. I'm not going to complain that 3D Mario comes sooner. But I'm not like John Nebo where it's like, well, it's been 8 years. It's been 26 years for Donkey Kong 3D.
Yeah, but nobody cared about Donkey Kong 64.
We care now.
Like, nobody cared.
We care now. They just showed
Odyssey. You kept bragging about Odyssey being 97 on Metacritic. 97 on Metacritic. You say it's okay to wait 8 years, 9 years for another 3D Mario.
It was a 97. It takes time for masterpieces, man.
9 years.
Yeah,
heck, am I making this thing? Like I could do it in 9 years.
Donkey Kong. We're getting 2 amazing 3D platformers within a year. Is that not good enough?
No, I need it this year.
I kind of don't want a Mario 3D platformer. Like,
stop!
Donkey Kong gives me that, like, fills that void for me. I would rather see
it this year.
Yeah,
like at all.
I want it.
I'm not saying I don't want to play it. I'm saying that I don't want it this year because Donkey Kong needs to be allowed to shine. And I don't know about you guys. We saw the Donkey Kong Direct. It looks better than Mario Odyssey at 97 overall game. Can we let DK shine? Because you know what happens? We just talked about how DK can be a Game of the Year contender. It's not if 3D Mario comes out.
Okay.
Wait. So what is the big holiday game then?
Metroid Prime 4. That's like the only thing.
No, Metroid Prime's not
no,
big enough.
Metroid Prime is not the big holiday game.
So what would have such a short marketing cycle to be the big holiday title that isn't Mario?
That's the key part right there. Sorry, I'm just feeling really intense right now. That's the key part right there, the short marketing cycle, because Mario could get away with it. I'm curious if there was a long marketing cycle, I'd say they could make the next Monolith game the big holiday game because the Monolith games have been growing and growing with popularity every entry. So
Yeah, but they need more of like a Nintendo kind of.
sure.
Yeah. What if it's Animal
agree.
Crossing? It could be Animal Crossing.
Don't get my hopes up.
Animal Crossing could be. Animal Crossing doesn't need a huge marketing cycle. You can also argue, look, I know we maybe don't want to think about this being a big holiday title. Splatoon's a big IP, and Splatoon Raiders was announced. It's one of their largest.
I
IP.
don't think they can put 4 too soon. Oh, you think Raiders is going to be it?
Yeah,
you think a spinoff is the big holiday title?
Well, no. Let me.
Yeah,
they know what but speaking of Mario, Super Mario 35, that wasn't the big holiday title. It was Age of Calamity. They positioned as the holiday title, a Zelda spinoff. So why can't they split? Why can't in a year that they had 3D DK, Metroid Prime 4, fucking Pokemon, and another Age of Calamity style game, Age of Imprisonment? Why in the middle of that can they not just drop a Splatoon spinoff, the first one ever, made internally at Nintendo by the Splatoon team for the big holiday title, sandwiched between Metroid, Pokemon, and Zelda?
I mean, the good thing about Splatoon being the holiday game, I don't think that's an impossibility. I actually think that there is sound reasoning behind that, Nate. So I agree with you there. And I think what makes that even more interesting is when you look at the array of genres that they're covering in the first year. You know, we've got the racers, we've got the platformers, we've got the wheels game. Sorry, the sport, like more sport, whatever that wheel
Dragon Drive.
We got basketball. We got basketball in there. All right.
I can't.
Sorry, everyone. We're covering a lot of ground here, and I think that's that lends itself to the strength of that kind of lineup. Obviously, you have your action game with the Warriors that might be landing by December, maybe bleeding into January, early February. We'll have to see. I think that's a sound argument. But before we dive further into this, Stash didn't say anything about the next 3D Mario this year. I don't want to. You were so quiet as we all, got a little.
Yeah, just let you guys hash it out, man.
Hash it out. So I just want to hear.
I think I won that one. I think we're getting it this year. It's fine.
I think this proves we need a direct because all of us don't know what the hell they're doing.
Right.
Well, I had a lot of comments that I was like replying to on YouTube from last week's podcast. And there was obviously some direct talk. And so everyone's always talking about, there's a ton of games coming out this year, like we have dates on a ton of games, like a good amount. I'm like thinking we really don't. So I looked it up and I plugged it into, in an Excel sheet here. And so from July to the end of the year, I'm going to rattle off the games that have release dates because the list is that small that I can rattle them off. Okay. So this is from July. So outside of launch month, July to 12/31. DK Bananza, of course. Tony Hawk, 3+4. Shadow Labyrinth. Also coming out on Switch 1. Tony Hawk's also coming out on Switch 1. Mario Party Jamboree Switch 2 Edition. Switch 1 game. Retro outfit it now for Switch 2. That's July. So we got 4 games for July.
Only one Switch 2 game so far.
Yeah, Bananza. So, and I have that in my Excel sheet too to differentiate. August, we have Madden, August 12th. And then August 27th, Story of Seasons, also coming out on Switch 1. Kirby Starcross DLC, August 28th. Obviously, that game is also on Switch 1, but the DLC is on Switch 2. September, we have Star Wars Outlaws on the 4th. Daemon X Machina on September 5th. And that's it. So 2 games for September. We have 3 games for August. One of them already came out on Switch before. October, 2 games. Pokemon Legends, Dragon Quest 3 HD, both also coming out on Switch 1. And then we have Final Fantasy Tactics on September 30th. So that's a total of 10 games with release dates. But that's it.
And the
We have
Switch
10
2
games
sucks.
for the rest of the year. We have 10 games that have release dates. This is why obviously a direct is coming soon, because you can't have months where there's 2 games coming out for the entire month. It's just a matter of when, not if, and it has to be soon because of this. Like this doesn't lie, right? Like it has to be very soon. 10 games.
So you
Come on.
agree it's a 3D Mario.
I still think there's a really good chance of a 3D Mario.
It's Mario Paint.
I think we're gonna get something Mario this year. I think
gonna be
there's a really
weird,
good
though.
chance we could get Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition with an expansion. I think there's a very good chance of that. I think it makes a lot of sense because it didn't get any DLC. And it's not part of the free updates. Why? Probably because it's going to get a Switch 2 edition.
What about Smash Brothers as this year's holiday title?
I think there's a really good chance, honestly, of Smash Brothers. And I know a lot of people are like, some people are like, yeah, that's great. Some don't want it. I'm not really factoring anyone's opinion into this. It's more or less like, hey, if Smash Brothers isn't ready, the new one, then it makes perfect sense to have the current Smash Brothers playable right now on the console, a Switch 2 edition, because that will bring more people over to upgrade to the Switch 2. So it's better to have something than nothing right now. And I think that's why it's not a free update.
Melee wasn't in those GameCube games that they flashed on the screen.
No, but I would prefer Melee to be the game that comes with the 4K 60 frames and online matchmaking.
It's just like Prime 2,
that
though.
would be a treat. Yep.
Prime 2 wasn't shown with the GameCube games, and there's a reason why, I believe. And it's
You don't have
because
Smash
we're going to get
64.
2 and 3.
That's true, too.
I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I think Metroid could be that holiday title. Like, why not? Like, why do we consider Metroid niche? Why not treat it like a holiday game? Like, let's put a little
just
confidence.
niche based on its sales.
Yeah.
It'd be banking sales on a franchise that doesn't get good sales during the holiday. And you could argue maybe the idea is they don't care because they know Pokemon's going to really be the seller that carries October and November. Sure. So you could make that argument, and I do think Pokemon's gonna be the best seller this holiday for Nintendo overall. It's on Switch 1 and Switch 2, right? So Pokemon's huge. But I do think like it would feel weird if the best game they have come out this year is Donkey Kong, which is fine. I'm not saying that feels weird. A Metroid Prime 4 is gonna be up there too. But like normally a game of that caliber would be a holiday title as well. To not have something that's close to that. And so Metroid Prime 4, I think, could slot in. I just don't know if Nintendo feels confident because Metroid Prime 4 is also, again, a Switch 1 and Switch 2 game. Where's the exclusive for the holiday,
Yeah, that's the big thing is I feel like the holiday game needs to be a Switch 2 exclusive.
I have one idea. And we haven't really talked about it much, but there are some major third-party games coming to where you could slot Metroid into, the Prime November spot. I guess pun intended. Wasn't trying there. But put it into that slot. Because if you have that and say Final Fantasy VII Remake or Red Dead Redemption 2 or Halo Master Chief Collection, like maybe this first holiday, you put something like Metroid there and then you let the third parties cook and give them an opportunity to really rake it in for the first holiday. Because there are some really big third party games coming to Switch 2 that we presume, some that we know, of course. I mean, think about it. Elden Ring, not dated yet. Where's that going to slot? Where's Final Fantasy VII Remake? Red Dead 2, I do believe that's coming. Again, not confirmed, but those are big games, man.
Call of Duty.
Could you imagine Could you imagine if they did a Master Chief Collection bundle with a themed Master Chief Switch?
Oh
I'm
my
going to
God.
say this: if the
It's so
idea
wild.
is that the big holiday game is going to be a third-party port that was already on other systems, that's just disappointing.
That's
Yeah.
disappointing. Yeah, I think the best guess right now is actually Splatoon Raiders. I don't think that game necessarily has to be super far off. I know we only got a tease, but more's coming soon. And for all we know, we get the full reveal at the next direct.
Plus,
and then it's ready a few months later
massive
for
in
holiday.
Japan.
Well, if you remember
Absolutely.
on the Wii U, they had Wind Waker HD. What was it? Remake announced. Maybe there's a Ocarina of Time remake for the holiday.
Oh, don't do it.
I
think the remake.
Nate's bricked
That
up
would
now.
be huge.
I'd lose my shit if it was this holiday.
It's not a new game. It's something they probably already have done, and it's something they can easily push for a holiday game. And Mario could come out next year because I don't think Mario is coming out this year.
Dude, could you imagine if there was DK and then this holiday Metroid Prime 4 in like September, and then all of a sudden you have, oh my God, Kirby Air Riders to keep forgetting about that game. And then all of a sudden, oh, here's Ocarina of Time remake, by the way. Oh, and here's Age of Imprisonment. Oh, and here's 3D Mario next year. Oh, here's a From Software exclusive game. What are we doing?
We're doing the Nintendo thing. Releasing games.
And then they announce Animal Crossing next year and it comes out like middle of summer. And we're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. What if Metroid was the holiday game, but for Switch 2, you get an exclusive online multiplayer mode? I think that'd be huge. An online shooter exclusive to the Switch 2. It'd
We'll
be like
see.
the only
You're
shooter.
going to keep pushing this Metroid thing. I mean, but it's cross-gen. That's like the thing is like, it's not exclusive.
Yeah.
I'm the biggest Metroid fan here probably, and I don't think that's probably the holiday game personally. I think it's probably September.
I saw chat float this out there, and it seems wild to me. But what if it's Smash?
That's what I just said.
That's what he said
we
earlier.
just said.
I know, but like it's hitting me now. Like this
Dude,
idea.
it's not
Is it
impossible.
smashing you?
Well, because it feels impossible because we're at Kirby Air Riders, but Bandai Namco's got multiple teams.
Yeah, and Sakurai could have easily been overseeing the next Smash for years while also working on Kirby Air Riders.
So both
It could have been a thing where he checks in every month, checks in on development, gives input. Who knows? Like he might be taking more of a Miyamoto style role when it comes to Smash going forward.
I don't know.
You know,
I don't think so.
I doubt it too. The man's
I
gonna
don't
have
think he's
hands all
I don't
over
think
it.
that's just how he's built. Yeah, I don't think
I'm
that's
just,
how he's built.
I'm just saying,
Smash can't
like,
exist without me. I'm like, okay, well, that's just
Smash does not need a 6 month to a year run of marketing. Smash sells itself. It's an event when Smash gets announced.
That
It's like Mario Kart World that we found out just a few months before, getting Switch 2.
I think a multiplayer game makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start with Kart, end with Smash. You've set yourself up with two of the biggest franchises in the first year. Now the following year gets to be about Zelda and Mario.
You're both gonna have DLC going like the whole.
Well, you're not wrong. The Wii had Mario Kart Wii and Smash Brothers Brawl come out the same year.
Yeah.
2008.
Damn.
And Smash Bros came out in 2018. It's been a while. Just saying, like early in the gen makes a lot of sense for Smash.
Do you know what came out before Smash?
Not Smash.
Do we need to talk about that? God damn it, John Evo. In a dark place.
I'm standing on it. It's 3D Mario. It is.
Well, here's the bottom line. Do we all think there needs to be a summer direct? I mean, that's the top.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to know.
Games.
100%.
Like
We
I
need to know what we're buying for the rest of the year. We have no dates. So
Yeah.
after July 17th, we got to know.
Yeah, like you wait till September. That's way too late.
Yeah. A lot of people saying Animal Crossing. I actually think an Animal Crossing New Horizons like Switch 2 version is more likely than a new game right now.
I'm curious. It depends how early in the gen they want to do Animal Crossing.
I can see Animal Crossing like 2 years in.
Yeah. I can see it being teased as early as this year, but a new Animal Crossing this year would be great.
Or if Animal Crossing is, let's say it's not till 2027, I could see them teasing it the next time they bring up Tamagotchi Life. Because I think there's going to be a lot of crossover between the audiences of those.
Is anyone
games.
here getting Tamagotchi life?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I want to get it if the podcast gets it. Stash is already shaking his head no.
It's such a
Don't buy
wacky
all
game.
first party Nintendo games. What kind of shill are you?
If it works like the last game,
Right.
it'd be all of our amiibos would be in each other's game if it works like the last one. So like the chance for me to hang out with Stash virtually when Stash is too busy reviewing, that's okay. I hung out with the real Stash in Tamagotchi life.
It has the same energy as your podcast intro. You gotta get it. You gotta get it.
Maybe I will.
I
Then.
think Animal Crossing makes a lot of sense to be early because it's
Stash, have you ever played the original?
No.
It is
Dude,
a very
it was
weird
wild.
dude, there are absolutely wild shit going on in the game.
They're like love triangles with Reggie and Miyamoto.
To a surprising level, you would never think Nintendo would allow, but it happens. Is what
I suggested it actually to Michaela. Michaela's she's gonna end up getting it, so I might get it for her.
I think I want Yulia to try it because it's wild.
Dude, I'm getting it. I don't care. I'm getting it, and then I'm gonna give my impressions, and I hope it's gonna be one of those games like when I was talking about Fantasy Life and Thunder Sash was like, oh, maybe that sounds like a game for me. Speaking of which, did you pick it up?
She's playing it, yeah.
How's she liking it?
She's liking it. She was out of town. I gave her my my power bank. She was stuck at the airport Sunday. She's supposed to get home at 9 p.m. Didn't get home till 4:30 in the morning from delays. But the power bank saved her. She got to play Switch 2 the whole time. But I was telling her, I'm like, babe, I need you to like really play this. Like play it to beat it. Okay,
It's so good.
Enjoy it, but play it to beat it because I need you to write the review because this review is going to be from you. So I'm trying to get her to start reviewing games. I have a template, of course, that I use for my reviews. So trying to see it's games like that don't have a defined end. Perfect for Michaela. Perfect.
Yeah.
It's fun, man.
And
It's
I like
it's a
the
great
idea of
little
it.
game.
I just
Our
don't get
podcast
anything
a
else
year from
done.
now, talking about our experience with the game. We're going to find out that Game Bird and Nintendo have a love triangle with Michaela in the game. And we're like, what is going down? This is getting wild.
I'll be watching from a distance. I mean, I just
In the
will be
corner.
anyways. I want to watch. Not in a weird way, guys.
Whoa. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Oh my god. That corner chair, man.
Wow.
jeez.
You guys are sick.
I'm usually the one that crosses the line. Great.
I think it was the smile when you said it, Stash. I think that's
Dude,
what it
the
was.
smile. The
Because I
smile.
caught myself right at the end. I'm like, oh shit, I set myself up for that one.
Along with it was everything. I'm like, oh my god. Great. See, the thing is, I know that Stash has this side to him, but it's kind of like he's accidentally bringing it out when he doesn't mean to. That's what
It comes out in
Yeah.
spurts.
It does.
just like when he says, fuck that. Do you know how many times I've heard Stash say the F word once we're offline? A ton. Never on the show. Drops it tonight. And then he's getting too used to hanging with the boys now. Now he's getting too free.
Yep.
Too free out there with the jokes that would normally be See, this is the stuff that happens behind closed doors at PAX West. If you guys meet us, maybe you catch on to one of these combos. On the show, not so much. Well, it's leaking into the show, baby.
Yeah, PAX West is going to be party time.
Oh, it's going to be great, dude. There has to be at least one night we go out for drinks and have some fun. Oh, it's going to be nice.
Please.
Yeah.
At least one night.
I'm sure there'll be some creator events.
Oh, there'll be
and
creator
stuff.
events too, but even besides,
then, yeah.
even besides that, what would be nice if there is a creator event that allows us to drink for free for a little bit and then do our own thing. We'll all be able to hang out after instead of it just being me and Eric.
Yeah,
and
right.
everyone leaves. I'm like, well, this is lame.
Yeah.
I'm bringing cigars.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Be ready.
Hell yeah. Eric's gonna be like, puke. I'm done.
No, I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, I know.
Just
Eric's not gonna do it. Yeah,
just
he won't give in to the peer pressure.
no.
That's okay though.
It's not my thing.
Okay. Yeah.
That's okay.
It's okay. I'm bringing Eric a really nice sock.
Oh, you know what we should find out.
It better not be crusty.
You know, there's candy cigarettes.
Well, it is crusty, but not for
yeah.
for
that
the
reason.
wrong
There's
reason.
candy cigars. That's what we get. 'em.
Ooh.
Get him a candy cigar.
There's bubblegum cigars.
Just saying. I'm sure it exists. There's candy cigarettes. There's gotta be candy cigars out there. We'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
Eric's like, I'm already ordering a pack right now. Don't worry about it. It'd be really funny too if it's like a candy you're supposed to light the end to really enjoy. And I'll be like, oh, dude, you gotta light this candy? Sweet. Yeah, I'm sure they
Chocolate
exist.
cigars.
There you go. I'm sure they exist. Of course, there's candy cigars. You're just sitting there, is he eating this? Though that'd be hilarious if people don't know it's a candy cigar because it looks so real. Next thing you know, like, oh, is he just biting off the end like you're supposed to? No, he just fucking eats it. Wait, what the fuck?
That'd be funny.
Anyway, okay, let's get to the Q&A section. For those that don't know, you can super chat in on whatever channels are streaming it. It pops up on our end. We feature your questions and or statements. And of course, we got to start with the classic, the weekly classic from the Malik Brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam, and NHL Hits as well. Bringing that one up.
I like the NHL Hits mention.
There we go, adding to it. Next thing you know, this is going to be like, there's going to be 17 games mentioned in this at one point every single week just to bring back. These are so many classics that need to come back. This is interesting from Demar Brawler. Says, what if they made a Donkey Kong Maker? Like a side-scrolling one?
Or like the old school arcade where you're building that kind of like arena for Mario to climb up to rescue.
I think the only maker I would want at this point is a Zelda one. Because I kind of agree with what Gamebird said. Like it lost a lot of its like appeal after the Wii U. So
yeah,
I think it was kind of a thing that was cool for the time, but I don't know if it needs to keep going. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, it'd be too much like a Mario Maker, I think.
I see. To me, if there's another maker and it is Mario, it's the only next step is 3D. Being able to make like N64 and Galaxy levels and stuff like that would be really cool.
That'd be cool.
That would reinvigorate people.
Yeah.
But it's got to be something drastic like that. I don't think you can go back to the side scrolling well, and that includes, I even think, with DK, even with Zelda, like they did a dungeon maker in Link's Awakening, and it was very limited. By the way, I think a full dungeon maker
that was too.
It's very
limited. If they did it at the capacity of Super Mario Maker, where you've got the NES style, the Super Nintendo style, and then maybe throw in like the Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom style, and you have full, you're placing locked doors and specific spots and like the movable blocks to open up passageways and all that cool stuff. I think it would work really well. And then you could do like the time challenges, and people are like racing through the dungeons for the time trials and stuff like that.
Yeah, I want a Zelda dungeon maker, but I just don't think it's in the cards. Al Newman has made it kind of clear he's not really digging that idea, and you know what? That's fine. It's okay. I can't complain about Zelda. We get something like every year. So they got a good flow with that franchise between spin-offs, remakes, remasters, new games. Grezzo obviously now kind of morphing into the 2D Zelda team. So I think they are just fine. So I'm not worried about Zelda. But, if there is another Maker game, that's why I said you kind of got to go to that next level with the Maker game. And we'll see if they end up doing that. Lovable Idiot just wanted to make sure we knew that the Walmart micro SD cards are amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
There hasn't been any complaints of people that have used them. I haven't heard any complaints of any of the micro SD Express. The only complaint I saw was ironically like a Kind of Funny Games when the one guy on there didn't buy the Express one. He was so excited. He's like, dude, I got the 1 terabyte for $100. Like, no, you didn't.
saw that.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that sucks.
I was shaking my head. I'm like,
half price. Yeah, right.
I think I had it on live. I'm like, bro, you were so high
man,
right now.
I got the 1 terabyte, $100. No, you didn't. No, and everyone in the chat on the live stream is like, no, you bought the wrong one. Everyone knows you bought the wrong one.
Yeah, he's probably super high.
His realization on the stream that he's like, shit, I think I bought the wrong one. I'm like, yeah. He's like, and the other one is sold out. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. It's been sold out.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It was a funny moment watching him realize that he wasted his money on something he can't use.
Yeah,
can I still delete this shit? They already shipped it. like, yeah, of course it did, because nobody's buying those right now. This is just a general comment on IGN's review that finalized today. They dropped their final review today for Switch 2 as a console. They gave it a 7 out of 10. I haven't really had a chance to read it.
Wonder what their critiques were.
I feel like the Switch got a 7 out of 10, and I feel like PS4 and PS5's got 7 out of 10s. I'm not just saying that. I feel like that's usually what they give consoles at launch, and I feel like sometimes they even revisit and do like an updated console review.
Because like besides battery life and the storage, like what really could warrant that? I wonder.
So
I'm almost positive they gave the Switch a 2 or a 7, the original.
So it's been posted. They did a 2020 review for PS5, then they did an updated review in 2023. Both were 8 out of 10. Both were 8 out of 10 though.
Both were 8 out of 10. Okay, but I'm almost positive the Switch 1 got a 7 as well.
I think it did.
And another one.
So here's the summary. If you want to
They even talk about battery life.
Sure. What's the summary of this review?
It says that the Nintendo Switch 2 is a vital upgrade over the original, if that's the only way you've been able to play games for the last 8 years, but improvements that are mostly playing catch up and a big price jump make it about as exciting as a long overdue phone upgrade in the larger scheme of things.
That sounds like some hate right there, dude.
That sounds like some that's some beef. Did they have someone review it? You know what? They're going to use the excuse that all our Nintendo people were at Summer Game Fest, so we had someone review it that doesn't like Nintendo.
Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that this is like hate at the Switch 2, but I do feel like, because this affected me before Switch 2 was revealed and afterwards. We're accustomed to Nintendo surprising with new innovative tech that's way different than its predecessor since the Wii days, getting motion controls and dual screen and glasses free 3D, and a controller that's a hybrid console that's both a handheld and docks to your television. I think we've been very conditioned to expect the unexpected, and this was the hardware since the Wii that has subverted expectations, or maybe it subverted expectations the most because it's so similar to the Switch 1, excluding mouse mode and the better form factor and more power. So I think it's just some people love the Switch 2 but find it a boring generational leap. But it is certainly a generational leap and a much needed one. And I personally think it deserves more than a 7. But I feel like that has affected a lot of people's impressions of the console. From what I've seen.
What would you guys give it? I don't think I'm at a 10, but like I'm probably at like an 8, 8.5.
I'd say I'd say like an 8.5 maximum. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I gotta be honest.
I'd probably give the
hardware is the least exciting part of a console generation for me. Obviously, Nintendo has an edge with that because they do tend to innovate and create weird, wacky ideas that are exciting and like, what the hell? I can't wait to see how that works. But honestly, it's the least exciting part. It's always the next generation of games that gets me hyped for every console, not just Nintendo.
Yeah,
it's always those directs and those E3s and Game Awards every year that I'm like, yes, this is what it's all about.
So I skimmed the review a bit. The person definitely seems to be a PlayStation fan. All their comparisons are to PlayStation, which I think is tough because that means you're treating the system as a home console under your TV, and then none of this other stuff matters. The portability doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Because they talk about how like they dismiss it's got VRR and 120 FPS, things that have been standard for 5 years. I'm like, not in the handheld space, it hasn't.
Right. That means that like under the same logic, they need to dock the PlayStation 5 for its lack of mobility features.
Yeah, and they're not.
It's not very portable.
Yeah,
it doesn't fit in the pocket very well.
And they're like, well, by the time the PS6 comes out, it's gonna feel completely dated, and we need a Switch. I'm like, yeah, okay, but you're not. That's fine. One, you're docking it on a potential future that hasn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't know if there's going to be a Switch 2 Pro. We don't know. Like, that's not. You're talking about what the system is today. Isn't that what a review is? What it is now? Not what you think it might hypothetically be down the line. It's weird. And also,
the same guy gave Welcome Tour 5. I don't trust him. All right, I just don't trust him.
I don't think that this guy. I got to look at who it was. I'll tell you guys. It's public, so it's not like slamming the guy. He's a lot of
Tom Marks.
His opinions. These are his opinions. Yeah, these are his opinions. They're going to be absolutely true for himself. So I'm not. Opinions are what they are. But yeah, Tom Marks over at IGN, and so the thing is one. I don't place a lot of value in console reviews this early in the gen, anyways. I don't think it's hard to review a system when this system isn't. It's easier to say like review a phone because there's a new one every year, right? Yeah. So usually in the first month or two, everything that phone's going to be is already there, and any new features that gets down the line are being touted for the new phone, even if they're backwards compatible to the old phone, right? So I feel like it's fair that you could do a review of a phone pretty quickly, just like you could review laptops and other tech. Gaming consoles are different because they're meant to be on the market for minimum 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it's hard to really give a full picture and review. I know IGN does updated reviews later, but like how useful is a launch review unless there's a major hardware issue that needs to be pointed out, that like why you shouldn't buy it because it's like broken. Outside of that, I don't really know what the value in these reviews are early. And by the way,
there's zero value. There's zero value in it.
You know,
when
there's zero value.
One exclusive out.
A console is defined by its games.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's not true, then I ask everyone to ask yourself, when you have like a tier, let's just say your top 3 consoles of all time, are you basing that tier list on the hardware, or are you basing it on the games that came out for that hardware?
Mm-hmm.
I've never met someone who said like, oh, the PS2 is my favorite console of all time because it had a DVD player in it. It's usually because it had phenomenal games and tons of them. And the same with the GameCube. You know, no one says like, oh, GameCube is my favorite because it's shaped like a cube and had small discs and the graphics were really good. It's because of Melee and Double Dash and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and Eternal Darkness and all that cool stuff and Wave Race, you know? So
apparently IGN gave Wii U an 8.
Yeah.
Really? IGN really knows.
It's probably different. To be fair, it's probably different reviewers, but I do think it's silly. I think a console is defined by the games, and I stand by that.
I was trying to find it, but I can't find it again. But I did see something earlier today that, like, during the podcast, that IGN's just mad that they didn't get a review copy early.
Yeah, I'll say this as an example. Tom Marks re-reviewed Tears of the Kingdom. He was the one who reviewed it originally and gave it a 10, and he just reconfirmed it is still a 10 on Switch too. And it's like, okay. So like what's okay, so you're saying the games are cool, and is Welcome Tour one's the only one that's like a negative review. So I'm like, okay. So the games are good, but the console sucks because of a hypothetical future that isn't here yet.
This is why I stopped putting stock in IGN many years ago, and it was hard for me because I've been following them since IGN 64, since I was on AOL, since the beginning.
Yeah,
and
when they had like
really
QuickTime trailers.
Yeah, when it was QuickTime and Pierre was there, and Matt Casamassina and just all the old school guys, and
they used to be good.
They were good, and I have to tell people this all the time on the comments on YouTube because they'll quote some bullshit IGN said. I'm like, bro, like IGN's not Bible. Okay, it's not gospel. It hasn't been for at least a decade for me.
And for me, like IGN, outside of their obviously their exclusive coverage, and then obviously like their interviews and stuff. Yeah, that's all news relevant.
Strip them of the exclusive coverage. Really what are they?
Yeah, there's not much because like they're trying to do podcasts and stuff like we do. Cool. Well, to me, like as someone who used to be like religiously watching Nintendo voice chat, I basically stopped watching after Jose Otero left.
I did too after Jose left.
That's when I stopped.
I've listened some, and it's
I tune in here and there, and I'm like, some of these people don't sound like they even know what they're talking about.
Same here, and that irritates me. I'm like, now you're wasting my time. I'm not going to watch this anymore.
Why do you glory days for NVC had Jose,
Pierre Schneider,
Per Schneider was always fun to listen to, as well as Brian. It was like Brian Altano,
Brian's good,
Jose Otero, Per Schneider, and there was one more that I liked a lot. And to me, that was the golden age of NVC. And before, I liked it before that when they had like Audrey and Rich, who I think both work at Nintendo now. But I stopped listening when Jose. Not to mention the Philip.
It's almost like it went south. It's almost like it went south when they tried to bring in a Nintendo guy to host it, and Philip Mewson.
Yeah, that was the end after him.
That was the end.
Yeah.
They tried to bring a Nintendo guy in to run it, and they brought the wrong one.
They literally made the worst.
They made the worst
possible choice ever.
And you're gonna bring in a Nintendo YouTuber. There's a billion choices. And he brought in the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if they would have brought me in, I probably would have been fired in the first month, but for different, for completely different.
Is it bad that I have no idea who that is?
No, if you stopped watching, although I'm actually surprised you don't, because it was all over like all the gaming news.
He did a really good Dead Cells review.
He got
Wait, is this the guy that ripped off reviews or something?
Yeah, every review he challenged Jason Schreier to prove that he had plagiarism, and then he was only caught with Dead Cells. But since he challenged Jason Schreier, they found like 12, basically every review and article he ever did for IGN, as well as some of his own channel reviews, were all plagiarized.
Okay, I found out about this a few months ago.
That's
and
wild,
I was like,
he came back. Is he still posting?
I have no idea.
No, he's not.
No.
He had such good editing too. It's a shame.
Dude, he was a crazy good editor. The thing is like, because he used to work in TV, so I guess that's where he had a lot of the editing skills for. He went to college for that stuff. What's interesting about that situation, because to me that was what killed MVC. Was like he did the Dead Cells review, and he got called out by the person who was plagiarized. He was a really tiny YouTuber at the time, really small.
I watched his video,
but
it
was like word for word the exact
review.
Yeah. And he called it out. And then that started catching steam and got mass reported because now everyone's like, oh, he's right. Like, this is word for word. This is kind of bad. You just stole someone's review. And then when he came out and told Jason Schreier, I challenge you to prove I've been plagiarizing. I made one mistake.
Doubled down
because he made a mistake.
Floodgates, dude.
I would
not apologize.
At IGN, I just been at IGN. I messed up. He tried owning the one mistake and said, I haven't, but I've never done this before. Dude, Jason Schreier fucking wrecked him in like less than a day.
Good.
Dude, it was like basically everything he touched.
Like,
and then he did an apology video that just made it worse. Where he basically took no accountability and just said, like, I know how bad this looks, but it's not what it is. And like as a result of everyone having the wrong idea about this, like I'm suffering.
Yeah, he played the victim card.
Oh yeah, and he tried to be like,
classic.
He tried to say like it's transformative because that's written work and I'm video work, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, that is some horseshit.
You can't do that.
Look, I stopped trusting IGN a long time ago. Like I said, like at least a decade ago, and obviously I was right about it in my case. Like, you don't want to be watching reviews of someone who's literally stealing reviews from a small YouTuber. It's like, dude, being a video game reviewer is such a privileged job to have, right?
Yeah,
to be able to play video games for a living and then write reviews on them.
Literally talk about something you love.
Yeah, or you're supposed to love it, right? Do you?
Right.
You probably don't. We see a lot of that though now. This is literally why I review games. Because of shit like this.
Yeah.
It frustrates the fuck out of me.
Look, gasp, I messed up.
Damn, Thunder's gone hardcore.
Ask them to look at my work. Ha ha ha. That'll prove they're wrong. That guy probably. Like, you knew you stole them all and you asked a professional journalist to look into it? Come on.
The top investigative journalist in gaming.
And you
literally the top one.
Yeah, it did. And the moment you get caught with one, the internet was already doing it. They're already like, well, this looks like a review from GameSpot. This looks like a review from over here. Actually, let's just look at your IGN. Oh, every IGN review is stolen now that we're actually looking at the words and pasting it into Google. Okay, cool. It's like, dude, it was bad. It's the worst case of plagiarism in the professional space. We talk about how much we don't like, mainstream journalism at times, but like that was the case that it's like, this is the worst. Like the worst part. Like you have all the political stuff and all that. That's whatever. This is a whole new level. You're stealing. Like that is crazy. You never see that. Like maybe one. Like one.
On the biggest like gaming.
But you work for the biggest
like,
gaming
news
publication in
outlet,
the world,
too.
and it's everything you
Yeah.
ever wrote for them, even down to some of the news articles were copy pasted like word from Go Nintendo.
It's actually surprising, though. I will say it is surprising that IGN missed it for as long as they did.
They were just oblivious to the whole content creator space.
That's
Yeah.
It's weird though. You'd
Seems
think
like-
there'd be with such a big publication and
They-
stuff. There'd
they
be like
saw-
checks and balances.
They saw his really amazing editing and his well put together videos. And it looked like, dude, this guy's like a top up and comer. We want to get him with us now. He can edit videos. He can do this because they wanted to get
Dude,
more
he was
space.
He was terrified. I remember those first I think I watched like 4 or 5 episodes of him on MVC before I dipped. It was painful to watch him host the show. He was extremely nervous on live camera. I remember like the first 3 episodes that he was on, they kept having to remind him, Philip talking to the mic, because he'd be like this, like away from the mic.
He had no mic presence. He had no camera presence.
He was very scared and that never went away
all the time. And then on top of that, what tipped me off that something must be off with his videos and his work was before he was even accused of it. And watching him on MVC, I was like, this guy doesn't have an original thought about anything on Nintendo. Did you even play the games? Like I started to be like, they were coming to you to talk about your review, like he did.
Well, that was
busted for Dead Cells. They were doing coverage of it on their podcast, and like some of the people on the thing, because he was the one who would ask him very pointed questions, and he would give like this really general response instead of actually answering the question. And then when you looked into the response, he said it wasn't even in the game. Like anything that deviated from the actual review, he just like made up. I'm like, how did you like this? How did this happen? And by the way, fucked everyone over on YouTube. Like, why haven't they replaced him with another YouTuber that knows at the top? They're never going to do it again.
No, they're never going to do that again, ever.
And that sucks. He ruined it for other people to get those opportunities. Because I think it's really cool for a small up and comer, like say John Nebo, small up and comer, get that opportunity to get in front of that big audience. But
I'm known, bro. I got recognized down in Universal. You know?
Hell yeah. That's what we're talking about, buddy. That's what we're talking about. Dude, Eric gets recognized because of this podcast.
Wait, Joniba, how'd that go? Was it a good interaction or a bad one?
It was a good one.
Okay.
The guy kicked me in the
You never know.
Maybe he came up to you like, it took you so long to do that hot chip challenge. I got you another one. You're doing it now.
Yeah, I'm still praying that Captain Toad doesn't get a sequel.
I'm waiting. Please, Nintendo Today app, give me that drop.
That's the holiday game.
Give me that drop.
Oh my god, yeah, when it got the Switch 2, it got a Switch 2 update, I think. Oh god. They still care about this series. I'm so cooked.
Such a good game.
Oh man. All right, let's go ahead and get to our next one here. We have from Miguel Lopez says, rank Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct 1 out of 10. I mean, to me, it's a 10. That's a perfect direct for an individual game.
I think it's a 10 for an individual game. It's a 10. It exceeded everyone's expectations.
Yep, 10. It was a perfect direct. I think there was no bloat. It showed off how dense and
if you want to knock it, it's at the Amiibo's $30. But
hey, I
give it a 10 out of 10.
Just don't buy the Amiibo.
But you gotta buy the Amiibo.
Well, to be fair, all it does is unlock a dress you can already get in the game. So like, it's not even needed for the game itself.
Oh, you can get it in the game?
You can get it in the game. Yep.
Oh.
I wish they would just stop putting the NFC thing in there and just make them figures, because they don't do anything if they're going to reduce the cost. Like, they don't do anything in the games anymore. They're just
they never did anything that great, to be honest with you, which is weird considering it's Nintendo's take on the Toys to Life stuff. You think they would have had the most interesting version of that. I'm surprised that they didn't come up with something better.
Well, I think people were pissed because even I think they locked Metroid behind, like a hard mode behind an Amiibo, and people were real pissed about that.
Yeah, but that was for the 3DS version, right?
Yeah.
Samus Returns.
So they're like, well, people are gonna piss about a mode. They're gonna get pissed about content that we're locking.
Yeah, like they locked something behind the Loftwing Amiibo in the
Yeah,
Skyrim.
the fast
Sword.
travel is fast
Yeah,
travel.
fast
Yeah,
travel.
and it was like you couldn't even get that amiibo for a while because it was sold out, and like people are like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is why you can't lock content behind something that gets sold out."
Yeah.
Anyways, our next one here says Smash Bros. 64 4K remaster. Let's do it.
With
I mean,
the jagged pixels only.
Yeah.
We want those awkward characters.
Yeah, it's 4K, but it's still N64 graphics. Let's go.
Well, they have to bring it to NSO. I don't know why it's not on NSO. Like, come on. It's been how many years
Yeah.
since N64 came? Should be there.
1996 was on 64, yeah. And
Mhm.
Smash came out in 99.
Yeah.
Long time.
This is just a troll on me. Thanks, Venatus, you fucking bastard. Y'all are missing the obvious answer. Nintendo buys the rights for the greatest game and releases a sequel this holiday, Henry the Hamster 2.
Yes.
God damn it.
Yes.
Henry the Hamster is outside of completely broken games that don't run. I'd rather play the hentai games than Henry the Hamster.
Oh, come on.
And he does.
At least I get some fake
Have those
titties.
games, Mr. P.
I'd rather
Well, I
see.
haven't looked on the eShop too much. Is it still like littered with all those hentai games?
Oh yeah.
Like, do
You
get,
asking for a friend or?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
what are the new releases like? Is there a
Hentai.
Panty Party
They're starting to
2?
get sneaky too because the top of the games they're starting to put like a red banner that looks like the Switch 2. You know how like the Switch 2 games look on the eShop? Yeah.
Penny Party 2 was in 2021. I think the newest one's Penny Party 3 Reloaded.
Do you like? Is this something you just Googled?
No, I
Is
just
there a
looked it
second one?
up.
I know there's a first.
Wait,
Right off the top of his
Now
dome.
I gotta Google it.
Google that. Wait a second.
Right off the top of the
Wait a
dome
second.
there.
Wait, no, I'm not gonna Google that.
I'm looking at all recent releases now just to see.
He's adding it. to
Oh
his
yeah, I
first
mean, look
list.
at that. There we go. Hentai Solitaire on the third row. So, you know, there you go. Still a thing. Oh yeah, there's Date Everything, M-rated because of nudity.
Fun stuff.
Remember, you can date everything. So I guess everything's nude. The dog. I mean, dogs are supposed to be nude, but you know, some have pants on. I don't know. Dude, yeah, hentai
Donkey
games.
Kong's gonna be nude, naked
Dude.
as the day you were born. As it says
Hentai
in the
games
game.
collection. You want a collection of hentai games? $2. Normally $40.
Well, that's
Great deal.
Normally $40. What?
Worth every penny, dude.
That is a great deal.
I think they always.
Yeah.
I think they're always on sale. I think that's the thing. Like,
That's the
they're
point,
always
yeah.
on sale.
Yeah.
That is the point. At least when I go to the great deals, I'm not seeing any hentai in the great deals section because that's what it used to be. They used to cheat and drop them all to like $1 or a penny, and then they just dominate the great deal section. But it looks like they must have did some filtering because
Okay,
that
guys,
$2
we've deviated. We've deviated from the super chat.
that $2 deal. Well, that $2 deal is would be
Don't let me
significantly
finish.
better than Stray. Okay, Stray is on sale, 20% off, right? That's listed as the number one game in the deal section. I'm sorry, a $2 game that costs $40, that's a better deal. But notice how it's not even listed. Yeah, so there is some filtering in the great deal section now, but not recent releases. They're still going by, nope, if you're a recent release, you're there. It is what it is. Which I guess that's what recent releases should be. I guess with that
Yeah,
great
but they re-release them like all the time.
well, of course they do. They get back on the top of recent releases. That's why they do it. Yeah. I'm surprised Nintendo doesn't do anything about that. Notice it's just a re-release and just put it under the same listing. Just do different versions because they have that ability on the eShop. Anyways, no, Henry the Hamster 2, that's just a joke because Henry the Hamster 1 sucks.
Oh, come on.
It's really bad.
I enjoyed watching you play it.
Well, I'm sure lots of people enjoyed watching me. There were some that didn't. They were like, dude, we have to have sympathy on this guy. We got to, dude, is there an amount of money we could pay you to stop playing this game? I'm like, dude, I don't know. They paid an amount of money to make me play this fucking game. I don't want to fucking touch this game ever again. It's so bad. And guys, I swear to Christ, on my next game live stream, if you guys find a way to fucking force me to see how well it runs on Switch 2,
Do it. Do it.
no,
Do it.
David cannot touch my Switch 2.
So
Next one coming in says, Windham said, what do you guys think? Are we getting an all new Smash Bros? Or are we getting Smash Bros Ultimate Deluxe? I think all new. What do you guys think?
All new. I think it's coming sooner than most people think.
I don't know if it would be coming this year though, but I'm sure we're getting a new one.
Yeah,
Can't come this year because 3D Mario's this year, so it can't come this year.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and Sakurai's talked about how, like, if you watch his video series, he talked about Smash a lot and having to get back to work, and then saying things like, you know, when or if we make a new Smash Bros. Game, like, they gotta trust me with a new direction. So I'm actually kind of excited to see what he does, because he wants to go away from what Ultimate was while still being a Smash game. So I'm curious what he comes up with.
Yeah.
M Helm says, did you all catch this on the Nintendo Donkey Kong Bonanza page? ESRB rating mentions in-game purchases, unannounced DLC. Yeah, it does mention it. I don't know what it is because they haven't said anything. Obviously, or shown anything that looks like it requires any purchases.
Does Mario Kart have that?
That's a good question. Should look that up.
In-game purchases.
Let me look up the ESRB Mario Kart World. Let's see what it says on the ESRB ratings. It does not say that on Mario Kart. So
Mild fantasy violence.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, because you're hitting people.
I know.
And shit. So yeah, I don't. So it is interesting that it says it for DK Bonanza. You know, I hope that this doesn't lead to like microtransactions for costumes and stuff. That would suck. But they didn't show anything. They showed all systems that you could just get everything in game. So I'm kind of curious. Like there might be something that's at launch they're not telling us. Maybe. No, I was gonna say don't do day one DLC. Don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
There won't be.
Maybe there's going to be like a digital deluxe version, and they have to say in-game purchase because you have the ability in the game to buy future DLC like they did with Zelda. With Breath of the Wild, remember you could buy the DLC ahead of time even though it wasn't coming out for several months. It could be something like that. That would be like best case scenario too, because then you're like, oh, you're guaranteeing there'll be DLC. It's just not now, but you can still buy it through the game if you want. That's what I hope. Because when you see that, you kind of always get scared of like, what are they doing? You know, is it good or is it like microtransaction? Like, and that would.
I feel like of all the games to have a cash shop, like DK is definitely not the one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It would be like Mario Kart or like Smash Bros. Or Animal Crossing.
Yeah, you want to get the white whales. Animal Crossing is the way to go. There will be people that will dump thousands into that shit.
Wasn't it crazy you could play Bonanza on a Switch 1, technically? Like, that's so weird. Be a game share, right?
Yeah, they're streaming that, right? Is that what that is?
Yeah, streaming. Yeah, streaming. Yeah. Pretty wild. And online, being able to stream, which to me just tells me you're definitely player 2. There's no way you're streaming player 1 online.
Right. Probably.
Because if you mess up throwing words, who cares? You're player 1, you can deal with it. But you know, if there's lag there or something. Oh wait, we already did that one. The last one that I see here comes from Lovable Idiot. It says, let's get Princess Peach Showtime 2. Make that the holiday game.
There you go.
Nah, we're good with the.
Hey, it's Mario. You want Mario? It's part of the Mario.
I'd want Pauline to get a game over.
Look, if there
Pauline and Smash for sure, right?
If there is a Mario game this holiday, you know what, Johnny? I'm going to agree with you. If there's a big holiday game, it is going to be Mario, but it's going to be Luigi Mario because it's Luigi's Mansion 4.
I'd be down for that too.
That would be sick. Early in the gen.
Yeah, how did no one say that when we're discussing that?
I feel like that's like an October game though, and I don't think Splatoon Raiders is it either because that's a summer game. Splatoon's a summer game.
Unless they go the route of a haunted Christmas theme.
Ooh.
Maybe it's Santa's workshop.
That's a good idea. That'd be cool.
You know, think a Nightmare Before Christmas, but Luigi's Mansion style.
The Nightmare Before Christmas crossover.
Yeah.
And they get like the big boogie in there. Ooh.
Yeah, they make it all claymation. Stop motion game.
Yeah, you know what IP that we haven't seen yet?
Have a good time, goddamn.
1-2 Switch. I think we're due for another 1-2 Switch game.
1, 2, 3 Switch 2.
You know, I'm just gonna throw this out here because this is wild. And there's actually a potential code name leak related to this from Midori. What if it's just like Switch Sports 2?
For the holiday Sports again.
We laugh. It's gonna sell like 15 to 20 million copies. Like we laugh about it, but it's like going to be a mega seller.
We need some new sports though. They got to put like some rugby in there.
Hockey,
do like a hockey.
dude. Hockey,
yeah,
would
hockey.
hit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
Or
I'd get down with the
baseball.
hockey.
Curling.
There's no baseball in Switch Sports.
That's true.
I think the only way we're getting baseball is through GameCube
Mario.
NSO,
Oh.
which is still good.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, Tiger Woods baseball.
Oh my God, Tiger Woods baseball. All right. Well, that's going to do it for the show. That was all the super chats we went through. Thank you guys so much for all that support. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. We'll start all the way at the bottom. Are you know what? I don't even know if you're top or bottom. Nintendo Talk.
Okay. Yeah, you can find me everywhere at Nintendo Talk. I have a review coming out of Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, which has exclusive Switch 2 features. I'll also be working with Nintendo on some stuff coming up. So yeah, subscribe, check me out. Thank you for having me again.
Hell yeah. Let's go to Super Metal Day 64.
Yep. You can follow me on Twitter at smetaldave64 and of course Super Metal Day 64 on YouTube. And I have a second channel as well. It's all linked in my channel. Lots of Cyberpunk videos lately covering in depth with Switch 2. We'll be doing a whole big thing on Metroid Prime 4, of course, this year. That's going to be a gigantic release for my channel. So if you're interested in Metroid Prime 4, definitely sub to my channel. We'll be going nuts with that game. Can't wait.
I can't wait for Prime 4. I love Metroid Prime. John Ebo.
I'm John Ebo everywhere: Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. And I'm mostly arguing with people on Facebook right now. They're not very
Family
nice to
or?
me. No, just like randos on the internet.
It's social media.
I'm kidding.
They're so mean to me.
Everyone
But
says it's Twitter. I'm like, dude, I've had this stuff happen on Blue Sky. I've had it happen on Facebook. I have it on Instagram. It's just the internet. Just the internet.
I don't know. Facebook just feels worse. Like,
Well,
more
I'm
toxic.
talking to randos on Facebook, so now it's just family and friends. So I don't worry about it now. I used to, though. I used to talk to randoms on Facebook, and I'm like, yep, you know what? That's not why I got on Facebook. See, Twitter is for me to talk to randos. That's my rando place. I'm good. All right. The Spice Lord.
Yeah, I am here and on our Clips channel.
Dude, I totally forgot you shaved.
I did.
My God.
And a haircut.
I've been trying to figure out what's different this whole show. It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, he
I'm like,
like,
dude,
he
he
got a
looks
new
like he's back
haircut.
in his late
something.
20s again.
Who invited the kid on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a new set of glasses or I wasn't sure what it was.
Like glasses that I normally wear.
You just got a
that I started
haircut
normally
and
wearing.
shaved.
Yeah. Pretty
That's
much.
There you go.
Yeah, I
Now we
dropped-
got to grow the
dropped
beard
like
out.
years.
Now I gotta get a new sock.
Yeah.
To represent the new you.
Yeah. No.
Be a slimmer, fresher,
Yeah.
shinier. All right. Gamer Classic.
How we doing? So awesome tonight, guys. Thanks so much for being on the show and sticking with us for we do a long show. Dave, it's always a pleasure hearing the tech talk. I know for me, that's a weak area for me. My least knowledgeable area is the tech stuff, so it's always exciting. Janibo, always great. Nintendo Talk, nice to meet you, dude, and have you on and stuff.
Yeah.
I got some cool content coming. I just dropped a video yesterday about Splatoon Raiders. It's a theory video about what kind of game it actually might be. And it's just fun theory talk based on what we got from the teaser. So definitely, if you guys are interested in the game or excited about the game, or you just like Nintendo content, definitely check it out on my YouTube channel, GameBird Classic. I also have like a handful of collaborations coming up. I'm supposed to be doing a collaboration very soon with mega fan of the show, the Angry Vigilante, and that's sure to be a fun time. So that one's going to be happening really soon. I'm also working on a collaboration very soon with Andres Restart, and that's going to be more Zelda focused. And Stashman, I hope you haven't forgotten. I know you've been really busy, so I haven't been bugging you about it. But I also have a really fun, what I think will be a really fun collaboration with Thunderstash and something that I might be doing a second episode with Botox Games at a later time.
Nice.
I'll just tell you guys what it is. I'm real excited. I had this idea for kind of like a video game show and tell. Obviously, Stash is a big collector of games, and doing episodes and having guests on to bring like 3 items. It could be consoles, games, gaming collectibles, and kind of do a back and forth. I show one, they show one. We talk about a little bit about it, why it's important to us, etc. And just kind of a fun back and forth video game show and tell. That's a little bit Nintendo centered, but doesn't have to strictly be Nintendo. So definitely check it out whenever it lands. I know Stash, you're up to your neck in work, so I'm not gonna be bugging you for it anytime soon.
Thanks, man. But I remembered. I did.
Then we got the Stash Man, Thunder Stash Gaming.
Yeah. You guys know where to find me. They just said it. Thunder Stash Gaming. Very busy. Yeah. I should have a review posted tomorrow for Chronicles of the Wolf. If you're a Castlevania fan, you're going to want to tune in. Especially if you're a fan of the Metroidvania Castlevanias. So not the linear ones, but the Metroidvanias like Symphony of the Night, even Simon's Quest. I am having a heck of a time with this game. So you want to tune in for that. Then I got the Ruffian the Riverside review coming out. And I'm working on a lot of other stuff like the Switch 2 reviews. And I have so much stuff that I need to review that are accessories or collaborations or promotion stuff that's coming up. So yeah, just stay tuned. A lot of stuff's going to pop off soon. So thank you.
Oh, also the people in the chat telling me to get Botox Games on. Maybe ask Gamebird to do that. He hasn't responded to me in over 2 years.
Holy moly.
2 years? No.
Yeah.
He was on one time.
He was on one time, and I didn't get him on. He tagged along with somebody else.
Really?
Yeah. He hasn't responded to anything I've tried to talk to him in 2 years. Maybe he doesn't like me. That could be it.
Did you message him on
be a dick.
What?
I
Twitter?
messaged him on multiple platforms.
Okay.
Not a big deal, by the way. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah.
But just pointing out for those that want him on the show, talk to Gamebird. Maybe he can sweet talk him.
Yeah, see what's up.
Maybe things changed after the new intro. You know?
Might have.
Yeah,
he
hasn't seen the new intro yet.
No.
And by the way, but in terms of people ghosting me, guys, just so you're aware, this isn't like unique to Botox.
Mm-hmm.
I invite a lot of people. You know why you see like the same guests? Because those are the people that respond. So I get ghosted a lot. It's not a big deal. It really isn't a big deal. We all have lots of shit going on in our lives, you know? That being said, I'm Nintendo Prime. How you guys doing? You guys know what's up. Daily videos. Didn't get a video out today, unfortunately. I wasn't feeling the greatest and dealing with a lot of pain stuff with medical things. But
hope you feel better, buddy.
But I'm here. You know, I had to take an edible to be here. So if you guys notice, I've been a little kooky at times. Well, seemed like Stash was bringing the funk tonight, but intentional or otherwise. Yeah, I took one. I eventually just broke down and said, I've tried out everything else I have for pain. Let's just try this. And it seems to have worked. So that's good. That said, you guys know I'll be back with videos tomorrow. I make daily content. It's pretty simple. You can find me on all platforms, whether it's Twitter is Ninty Prime, although if you type Nintendo Prime, it should pop up my username. Nintendo Prime here on YouTube. Those are my two primary platforms, but you can find me on Blue Sky and Instagram and everywhere else. So same username. That said, I'm just gonna like declare something right now. I'm in a bit of an internal battle right now. I'm trying to hold off the Stash Man.
No.
hold off the what?
His channel is about to pass mine in subscribers. So I'm trying my best, guys. Subscribe to Nintendo Prime. I never self-promote on my own show. I never tell you. I'm always telling you to subscribe to everyone else. Absolutely, subscribe to everyone but Stash.
And then subscribe to Stash.
You know,
honestly, I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear
You
any
want-
of y'all
you want
complain about
2,000
your subs.
Everyone go subscribe to Gamebird first, then come back and sub to me after.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's like I sit there, like I really don't care. It's just like a little personal internal rivalry. I'm like, I know I'm not gonna hold him off. His channel's been exploding. He's obviously gonna blow past me. But I'm just like, yes. But for this one last week, can I hold him off for one more? For one, because
We'll see. I just got my check mark today, so
I know. Mark
Thunder.
He drops a couple videos coming up here. I'm like, I'm fucked. It's over. It's
Thunderstash is gonna hit 200 by the end of the year. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Easily.
you're blowing up, Stash. I'm really happy for you, by the way. This is all
Yeah,
just a friendly
Thanks.
bullshit.
Are you doing lots of like shorts or something, Stash?
I do.
Yeah, will you send me a manuscript?
Yeah, I do. I do a short a day.
Ah,
I've been doing it for over a year straight. Never missed a day. I think
that's probably really boosting your channel a lot.
yeah. I think that's helped a lot.
He also responds to every comment, which also might increase the comments subscribing to.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I had like 500 comments on a video yesterday. Fuck no, I ain't got time for that.
Make sure.
I read them all.
Okay.
I still read all my comments. I just don't have time to respond to everything. There's too much.
Yeah, subscribe to Thunderstash, guys. He's a real nice dude.
Thanks, man. Thanks, brother. And subscribe to Super Metal Dave. I've told you this before. I've been subscribed to you for a long time. I don't know how long, but a very, very long time.
At least
long before
at least
Nate.
6 months. Yeah.
Long before Nate. Yeah, like years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your work.
Doing this since 2010.
Yeah.
It took Nate plugging his channel for Stash to finally subscribe.
I subscribed probably like 10 years ago.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, to Dave. Yeah, a long time ago.
Just
I was
the
in
way- like-
mortgage. I was starting out.
It is the way it is. It is the way it is. Look,
yeah.
Stash is already getting ready because
He's killing.
4 hosts, he's about to take over as the #1 YouTuber. So
I don't even think about any of this, by
I
the
know
way.
you don't. I know that's the thing. I'm the one pushing a narrative that he doesn't give two shits about.
Yeah, Michaela was telling me, she's like, I think you might pass Nate soon. I'm like, oh yeah? She's like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, originally I was like, can I hold him off till PAX West? Now I'm like, can I just hold him off for a week? It's all good. No, I'm happy for the success of the channel. 2 completely different types of channels, successful in our own ways. It's all good. Dave's channel's been doing really well over there too. I've been watching a lot of his stuff. Nintendo crushing it with those streams.
Yeah, I
Love
need to watch. I need to check out your Cyberpunk streams really bad.
And John Nebo,
That's
I'm
awesome.
so sorry. I haven't watched a
That-
video of yours in
that's-
a while.
That's because I don't post long form. I do shorts,
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm not a big
Oh,
shit guy.
okay.
and I like trolling people. That's all I do.
Yeah,
That's
fair enough.
fun though.
Fair enough.
It's super fun.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, like Stash. I know he posts a short like every day, but I don't watch any of them. I don't watch a single short.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'd rather watch his long form. I love his reviews and I love his takes on
Well,
stuff.
I'm like TikTok famous, so I gotta,
yeah, how big is that TikTok? I know it's pretty big.
to 200K now.
Yeah,
There you go.
saw you posted on Twitter. I was like, damn, 200K, that's nice. It's nice. Yeah, I suck at shorts content and I suck at anything TikTok related. You know what? I gotta take some advice from you. Maybe I should listen to N64 Josh. You guys crush it on TikTok.
Yeah. But we're good on short form, but our long form is lacking.
See, we got to start working together. I can help you with the long.
I know.
With the short form, and Gamebird's just like, can anything?
I know how to make intros. Does anyone need an
All right.
intro?
Start throwing stuff in the trash. Right, throw your switches in the trash. Works every time.
We had
Stick
one
a Joy-Con in your. Excuse me.
We had one final super chat come in. Just cutting them off. Just shut the fuck up, gamer. No. What games are you hoping for the July Pokemon Presents? I'm hoping for a revival of some sub-series of Pokemon with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I don't want to dive too deep into my thoughts on it because we'll probably have an episode in July predicting it. We'll have to get some. Maybe we can get Hoops to come back on. He's a big Pokemon guy. Try to get some people who really. Maybe Andres Restart. He also loves Pokemon. Try to get some Pokemon people on. That said,
Pokey freaks.
yeah, I'd like to line something up like that for people that are knowledgeable about the franchise and the series. Because I'm not. I mean,
We
I
had
played
that great. My first show my first time as a guest on the show, we had a great Pokemon guest as well.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Saffron.
Oh, Saffron City TV. Yeah.
Great, knowledgeable Pokemon.
Yeah, I still keep in touch with her.
Yeah.
But she still doesn't want to come back on the show, and it's nothing personal. It's just
sure.
I have a theory that because she doesn't like getting lots of attention, and I think the show was getting her too much attention. I don't mean you guys did anything wrong, but like she just wasn't used to being in front of such a big audience live. And anyways, that's what I think happened. But it's all cool. She's cool, and if she ever comes back on, it's her choice. She has an open invite. She knows. I keep in touch at least once a month just to keep things friendly. Because if you guys don't watch her content, do Saffron City TV, dude, Sabrina, she makes like the super
like Pokemon lore.
Review, like
it's
regions
good.
and all sorts. It's really deep and it's really good. And I'm not even big into Pokemon, and I enjoy it. You get the popcorn out; it's like a movie. Seriously, it's great. Anyways, for the Pokemon Presents, I'll just throw a couple things. Obviously, we're seeing Legends EA. That's a given. Obviously, it's coming out in October. That's the thing I want to see the most. Besides that, maybe just one thing I would like to see a Switch 2 update and or edition for new Pokemon Snap.
Dude, I would love a new Pokken. Let's bring that back, dude. Like reimagine, new roster, new mechanics.
Been a while too.
Yeah.
I'll keep my big predictions for when we talk about this Presents in more detail and speculate. So I'll just name two things here. I think we'll see some sort of new Pokemon cell phone game. And I think we'll finally see gameplay for that. It's like a Pokemon Stadium spinoff that they teased last time. It's called like Pokemon Fighters or Champions or whatever it was called. But it's like a spiritual successor to Pokemon Stadium. So I think we'll see that for sure. I'm not saying anything else, but I do have some predictions for it.
Okay.
Black and white remakes.
Damn you.
Gen 10.
I couldn't give two flying craps more.
Do you think they would tease Gen 10 that
For
soon?
less.
Or will they wait till next year?
Maybe Gen 10 is the major holiday release.
No way. EA and Gen 10 back to back. Oh my god.
Well, you were mentioning earlier like what game is going to feel like Nintendo Switch 2.
People are making a point. Pokemon Champions. That is supposed to come out this year.
That is the Stadium thing, isn't it?
Yes.
They want to do. I don't think they would do it a month apart.
Oh, it's kind of look. Either way, they're coming out in the next 6 months. I totally forgot about Champions. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much for that. All right. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty good there. We'll end the show there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been awesome. Check out the Nintenbyte Podcast clips. We've been trying to be more consistent over there. It's been going pretty well with that. Eric's doing a killer job, and I'm trying to make sure we try to get something up every day. If you guys want to follow this podcast anywhere else, look, Stash live streams it. Gamebird live streams it every week. Or on all audio platforms, anywhere that you can listen to a podcast, we probably are there if you just look up the Nintenbyte Podcast if you prefer audio format. And I know a lot of people do because they like listening when they're at the gym or when they're working. You have a lot of people that like listening to the show when they work night shift. Makes a lot of sense for a long show. Gamebird's dying over there. And I think
no, it's just Dave sent me his stream of Cyberpunk, so I just bookmarked it. I opened it up and I was like, oh, this has the club scene with all the dildos in it. And I'm looking and I don't see anywhere. I don't know where I got this from. Dude, I have very vivid memories of dildos.
Wait, hold on.
And it's not in Dave's stream.
Wait a second. Wait, hold up for a second. Did you say that whole story might have been made up? Was this a dream?
It was a different video he was watching.
Because I would be like, oh, is it censored for
Maybe it was a
Nintendo?
different
It's like, dude,
game.
they didn't censor the penis. They're not censoring the dildos.
Maybe it
Yeah,
was
maybe
a
it was-
different game.
Maybe it was Red Dead 2.
Oh my god. So that whole segment.
All right.
Oh my god. That's why Dave was like, what are we talking about? I played there's no dildo.
It's not there. It's not there.
I was like, you sure that wasn't like Yakuza? I don't know. I haven't beat the game yet, but maybe
Saints
that
Row
would
has
not
a
be
dildo
surprising.
gun, doesn't it? Saints Row has a dildo gun.
yeah. Yeah.
That's on the Switch.
There you go. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. You were so busy shooting the
No.
dildo gun. You're like, dildos everywhere.
No, I just remember, like, I have a very vivid memory of being in the club in Cyberpunk.
In real life,
And my
and they were
inventory
just-
was
I
my
think
inventory was filled
life.
with them, and I'm like, dude, what the heck is with this? Because I loot everything.
You need to talk to your wife. You might be conflating a real life experience.
Oh my god.
Dude, we went to the gay club and they just said they lined it with
Oh my
dildos everywhere. What was up with this?
Happy Pride.
No.
What is this? What is this show between you and Stash tonight? Fucking wild. I love it. Dude, this is unhinged. If this is the way it is now, guys, wait till we're all in person for the bonus episode at PAX West. Dude, if it's unhinged now, the wives will end up being around. It's going to get even more unhinged. It's going to be great. I'm going to love it. All right.
Wait. Real quick, I just want to add one more thing. Dave, this looks really good. I'm looking at your footage now. It looks extremely impressive. Okay,
Yeah.
you can say goodbye now, Nate.
I got it in 4K and everything. It should look good.
It looks wonderful.
I come into the most interesting subject since Michael. Yep. We're a one-of-a-kind Nintendo pod. Guarantee we're the only Nintendo podcast that has these conversations going on. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I can probably guarantee that. That's the quality you can expect at the Nintenbyte Podcast. All right, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I mean, look, the intro starts off with a little, thrusting action. Very clearly, it's setting the mood for what you're getting into. Okay. All right. At least there isn't a scene in there. I was waiting. I for a moment when you talked about the thrusting, I'm like, oh my god, so you're gonna do like one of those scenes where you recreate American Pie, but the tin is full of like Nintendo accessories or something. I'm like, what the fuck? I made a Nintendo pie. Like, yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. That might be the weed talk. It is time to get the fuck out of here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. Bye, everyone.
Have a great week. See ya.